莫斯利安为 LPL 奶硬口。全新 OPPO Find X8 系列夜景人像神器，夜拍超清晰，人像 MVP。TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄敢为不凡。2025 LPL 官方指定家电产品，更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，有能量当然占马。傲风电竞椅连续5年中国电竞椅销量第1，开一局吗？开就开，保护有度度，尽情开一局。感谢全场保护的杜蕾斯，英特尔酷睿 Ultra 200HX 冷酷高手 AI 助攻，6边形战士来袭。
欢迎来到2025英雄联盟职业联赛第2赛段，让我们有请双方战队登场。首先欢迎 Ultra Prime 上单一剑，打野君豪，中单 Saber， 下路 Wako， 辅助小夏。接下来让我们欢迎 Oh my God！ 上单 Harry， 打野悲伤，中单 Charlotte， 下路 Starry， 辅助 Mohan。LPL 第2赛段常规赛组内赛第5周第7日的第1场对决，由 UP 对阵 OMG 即将开始。LPL 无畏进巅峰。
Greetings all, sorry I was there in the background and just need to get some stuff ready. Welcome in everyone. as our 1v1 for OMG's potentially last ever game is being played by Harry and Ultra Prime. Pick their jungler Junho in. Now Junho is a very good individual player, and we'll see exactly what he can do onto this as well. I can't remember if Junho has played 1v1s before. I'll probably go and check. They're probably gonna. I can have a check. It's just how many bits of lines of data I've got to scrub through to do that. Alright folks, let's get into it. On Spirit Blossom Rift for our second day. OMG Orange, is that what they're known as? OMG Orange? The vibes are definitely different today. Yeah. Hey, how's it going? Junho has played one best of one. Oh no, this is the only best of one that Junho has played. Maybe they decided to give him one as their last series, and they're already confirmed out. For those of you that don't know, the OMG are now mathematically locked into bottom 2 of Group Nirvana, which means that they cannot escape bottom 2. And that means that they will no longer be playing, they will not be playing any series in the next split, and this is their last game for this split. So they're not playing again for the entirety of 2025. There's also rumors that OMG, well, 2 teams rather from the LPL are removed from the LPL going into next year. And if you're bottom 2 here and you're already not playing for half the year, doesn't matter if you're a historic organization, there are many in the LPL. Someone's got to go. It may well be OMG, the team to first take a game off of Faker internationally. And team that's been international multiple times from that era, been LPL champions from those early days. It's been a while, of course, been a long time. As we get into the Howling Abyss for our showdown mode, Jace versus Corki. Let's get into it. Hey, still up, good to see you. Good to see everyone in chat as well. Who's going to win this one? I mean, OMG looked pretty awful the other day. Did go to 3 games against RNG, but it's not like Ultra Prime have been clean either. Ultra Prime on marginally more wins than some of the other teams here in Group Nevada. Junho, notable mechanical jungle player. Plays the Lee Sin, the Neferi, other stuff. Just the run plating off the Corki, goes to the melee mode now. Ignites drop from the Jace. There's one fluff from Harry as well. Valkyrie actually gets some damage down there. Harry can walk forward, so he can choose the angle where he does. Good damage coming through. Is there a barrier to be used? Yes, there is. It's gonna get close, and Harry takes the first kill. Win condition being 2 early kills, 1 late kill, or a tower. Harry is now in prime position to get ahead of this game. Junho, perhaps underestimating the damage of an early Corki, who does simply ridiculous damage in the early game. Does this mean the OMG emote on my channel needs to be deleted? I would keep it around anyway. Look, we actually have so many free emote slots right now because of the war on adverts, which Mecha Fanboy's been waging here with subs. God, he's over 1,000 gold ahead. Oh, Junho, what are you gonna do about this one? Isn't it cool you just jump at him and kill him now? This might be a hard watch for Junho. Ah, he misses the cannon. I mean, cannon's missed on the other side, but Junho misses the cannon. Could have at least traded up cannon. Harry's smiling there, I think, realizing what's happened. Has a phage now, so we can auto attack for the extra movement speed. Used to clear out the wave a little bit. Likely going to fast bomb it. It does not that much. It's level 5 to level 4. They had an XP as well. Tries to use the last of his bone plating. Uses the Valkyrie for a bit of damage. Doesn't get the rest of the Gatling gun shred onto him. Both heals taken. My god, is the glowing moat for Harry as well. The most valuable component in the game. You all laugh. It's quite invaluable. No, the other one. Valueless. Valueless. Still Valkyrie available. There it is. Doesn't want to get knocked out of it. Gets a little bit of damage through the Valkyrie again. Good damage from the actual auto attacks coming through after the shreds already come through. And the level 6 hit. Fully stacks the Conqueror. Owie. And stop the recall now very easily with those rockets. One of that Corki, one of the big changes to him was that when he now auto attacks champions, gets more recharge on his rocket ammunition. Junho, I don't know about this one, buddy. I don't know. He has the barrier, has the ignite, does jump out of the brush. It's level 6 now. It's going to be close. Junho dies to the ignite. So while he does get one back, loses the 2 early kills, and OMG will have side selection for our game 1 of our best of 3. Oh, well, we'll be heading towards game 1 now shortly and smoothly. Just back from voting. Well, I hope you good. I hope you were using your whatever constitutional right. Well, I say constitutional. That applies to more countries than America. Many people have constitutions. I'm ready to enjoy some LPL. This may be the last games of OMG ever. Maybe ever, folks. Maybe yet. Forever, ever, baby. Okay, I need to get myself a coffee before we load into picks and bans. I think Sam's just done the same thing. So I'm going to go put a coffee on. And we'll get ready to test this best of 3. Into draft we go. So we're just getting some coffees over here for the energy to be nice and high. OMG Ultra Prime. Going to the best of 3 down here in Group Nirvana. First pick for Beishang for OMG. Beishang and Charlotte subbed in a little later into the split for OMG, trying to find some kind of wind in their sails. It's been a little bit lax so far. On the other side, Pantheon Talia, good 1-2. We've seen a lot of, in terms of 1-2s, I think we've seen Pantheon Talia and Sejuani Yone both rise up in priority well across the board.
Skarner Rumble if you can get it.
Yes, Skarner Rumble if you can get it, but most people do not let you get that.
Don't
But this kind of 1-2 determines your kind of composition quite well, right? It gives you that double global, gives you front to back, gives you early power, gives you a bit of everything. And with the Scion in for Harry now, I think that OMG are not playing similar solo lanes. Scion and Ari do not want the same kind of front to back.
No, feels like they're going to need to do some extra bits to round out their composition. They've got lots of pieces that fit in generally okay in a few different compositions, but I need something that actually gives it some character. Now, you've got some front to back, you've got some pick, you've got some skirmishing. In fairness, the skirmishing is probably the best part of that, but I'm looking on the other side and I'm seeing Talia Pantheon, the double global combo, alongside that Gwen. I feel like Ultra Prime have already got themselves a little bit more character to their composition. The Lulu being banned away suggests they don't want to allow something like Starry on the Jinx. And a bit of a combo there in terms of that ability to go for that hyper carry. Hello, by the way, chat. It's good to see you all in here. I'm hoping we got 1 or 2 of our Golden Kappa enjoyers from yesterday. It was a bit of a fun little moment. We're still going to be focusing some of those Moam interesting supports. Like the Rel has always been his specialty, for better or worse. Still waiting on that debate. Either Renata, Enchanter, disengage option. Varus was banned. Another AD carry focus. The Nico is already banned. Check that one out. Morning, Banana Slapper. Morning, Walter White. Hey, Ocean. Good to see you. And there's the Nautilus, man. Lucian locked in. We are seeing this return, aren't we? Can't say I'm exactly sad about it, watching the LPL bot lanes really pop off on Lucian Nami. And the equivalence was always a bit of a joy, one of the LPL specialties.
Yeah, it's a very different story from, say, the Western teams that were playing Lucian Nami and not getting value out of it. It was a joy to watch here in the LPL because they were so aggressive, playing on mid-wave, having a good laning phase and team fighting well later on. And good morning to everyone in the chat as well. I see you in Olivia and on YouTube as well. Hope you're having a wonderful start to your day, if it is the start of your day, and wonderful middle or end of your day. Otherwise, last
Is it
pick.
the cat?
I mean, if it's Lucian Nami, Zeri and Lulu would normally be one of the big answers into it, and that's gone, so you can go towards the Zeri Yuumi, kind of tank up a bit of the laning phase. You need to space very well. Moam goes towards the cap. It is a front to back for OMG, playing around a hyper carrier with an enchanter. Laning phase bot lane now, very important for Starry and Moam to play out well.
Well, mid jungle at the very least can look to try and contest Prio and try and defend that, but I've then got an idea, an eye on these double globals. Delia Pantheon collapsing on Lucian Nami, jumping forward, sounds pretty scary to me.
So, very different bot lanes. We're really not used to seeing these. I would have expected maybe some Ashe. Well, maybe not that one at this point, but Kalista, Corki, you know, other tricks which we've seen so much more. The Jhin, of course, very powerful as well. It was really only the Varus that was banned away. So first game, going towards hyper carries instead is not what we see typically within the LPL, and we get something a little bit different. Ain't that fun?
That should be a bit of a fun way to start our day off. And again, I feel like Starry at point has been one of the brightest sparks on OMG. They've struggled a bit, but when he's popped off, he's looked pretty fun on it. Zeri is certainly one of those champions you can do it with.
Thank you, Reverend Backshot.
I saw that one as well.
for the follow. Sometimes I do look over to the activity feed and it's like, that is a name of all time. All right, folks, this may well be OMG's last series ever in pro play. Last series ever. A bit of history here for you at the bottom of the LPL, sadly for them now. And that's why they're realistically on the chopping block right now. Ultra Prime, OMG, looking to, well, OMG not looking for anything now. They're looking for pride, looking for some good memories to take away from this year amidst a very hard series of times for them.
Long gone are the halcyon days of OMG, being deep runs at Worlds. The absolute legends that have gone through their doors. I remember the likes of Korn and Cool and a few of the others from back in the day. Go going. Now they may find themselves not even returning next year. They won't be returning in summer at the very least.
Go going, gone.
Yet. And yet.
And yet indeed. Alright folks, thanks for joining us here for our first game of the day. Later on will be Anyone's Legend versus Top Esports, rematch of our finals from Split 1, so definitely stick around for that. I'll have to head off at some point because I've got LEC things to do. I'm on desk all day today, so if you enjoy that region as well, you can come say hi to me later on the LEC stream. But for now, you got to see some good old Chinese League of Legends.
Even got a Yuumi in it, Alex, and we all know how much we love those.
Yeah, the thing is, I am a cat person. I very much do like
Is
cats.
this, if we put the camera on, is this
Sure.
I've got a Yuumi, but the camera's not facing towards us. We failed. Failed Master Way. We've got Yuumis.
We have multiple cats here.
Yeah.
Die Katzen.
This is the we even have Yuumis. I've not turned this one on. It's a dead cat.
We're in a pause, which is why we're doing this.
Yeah,
For your
true.
entertainment.
I'm going to turn this on. Okay.
No, you have to turn it on the bottom and then you back up. Isn't that great?
See, it's like a magical cat. It changes colours.
Yep.
See, now it's healing me. Now look, it's got a bottom block.
That's incredible, Sam. Damn, I'm going to throw you.
That's my favourite chapter.
we'll try to see what's happening. It looks like there's just a little bit of an issue loading into stage. Not loading on stage. Loading into the game, and it means there's a bit of a delay on stage.
Ocean Salts would be incredible. You could say we have a ... pause, as in PAWS, as in a cat paw.
This is the thing which I do sometimes. I did something very fun last time. I do pause trivia now, so I'll try and find a way to, we'll see how quickly they load into it. But, let's see if I can get myself some fun records to come down here. Alrighty. Oh, that sounds like is that loading in? Right, no, we can do this. Right, so this is the trivia that we had last time. We'll change it on to something else.
Ooh.
Which organization has won the LPL the most? And which organization has the best record in game record in a single split? So while we're in a pause, folks, waiting to get through, you can join us for a little bit of trivia. You let me know in chat which organization has won the LPL the most times and which organization has the best game record in a single split. Reminder, there are teams that have gone undefeated in series. And it looks like we're loading into game anyway. We could do this anyway, if you want to let us know what your trivia thoughts are. So we load onto the Spirit Blossom. And we'll get ourselves onto the new Rift. But if you want to join us for some trivia, we can do that when we have some downtime.
Get a spoiler of the question, guys. What can I say? You're lucky you're here early. Rift we go. See whether we got some gyros today.
Well, one person's already got it correct over in Twitch chat. Oh, wait, gyros.
We're not hearing any. Alex wants gyro and gyros.
DDJ! OMG!
Gyro!
OMG!
Gyro!
OMG!
Gyro!
Yuppie!
Gyro!
Yuppie!
Gyro!
Yuppie!
Gyro!
LGD! Lag on you!
Lag on you!
For those of you that don't know, LGD, a common fan chat like TSM. So the organization which has won the LPL the most is EDG. 6 times the EDG has won the LPL over the many years. Many of that from the early years of League of Legends as well. 2013, 2014, and then 2016 were really dominant, that organization. And the longest win streak has not been discovered in chat yet. So if you figure that out, not longest win streak, the best game score, you let us know on that one too. Watch out, level 1. You need to be very careful to not get too many shots for free onto you. You need to have the ability to kind of like bop in as the cat bop out, and kind of like play around Lucian's low auto attack range. If you can hit Lucian with a Q from the Yuumi or a W from the Yuumi as they try and step forward, you can slow them down and stop them from getting that double tap, which can be very crucial.
Very much so. Our eyes on, of course, Yuumi. Very heavily changed since her days of dominance. She no longer has a root on her ultimate, which is a really big deal. That's no longer an engaged tool that she has, which was very, very, very strong. It is now just a healing field and a slow, which is okay, but it's certainly not the high-power ultimate it once used to be, and that was, among many other things, one of those very significant reasons why Yuumi really did fall out of meta for a significant amount of time.
Pushing in from top lane is EGN on the Gwen, player who's prided for their individual dueling potential, and pushed on the bot side as well. Only really... Oh, that's a trade. That's the kind of stuff you got to avoid. The Ignite was dropped as well to stop some of that healing, which makes sense. Also noting that the Ignite is on the Lucian. This is something that we saw the last time the Lucian army was in meta. Junhao now going towards bot side, trying to leverage off of this winning lane.
Looking to try and find the invade in here. We'll see the red buff is up. Kind of has an idea then that the quotes are probably being started right now. I'm going to try and steal that one away while he's got that lane fire.
Sleep now pushing in with the level 4 mark. Charlotte not able to flip that wave and get towards that early, which means that not able to respond towards this, which means Beishang is kind of on their own. Steel comes through. Saber, let's be a little careful here.
Charlotte was looking to see whether there'd be a charm angle. Doesn't find it, and so backs away on that one.
I was wondering whether Charlotte would be able to come over at all, actually. It's worth noting that the 2 players involved in that from OMG, the 2 replacements, Beishang and Charlotte, was Linfeng, and who was the jungle before that? Was it Shafeng who was in the jungle? I can't remember if... yeah, I think that was the case. Bit hard to keep track of all of the... We've had a lot of changing rosters now at this point, in case it was not apparent, folks.
Shafeng, I think, is now on LGD.
It's Hung, sorry, it's Hung. Yeah, he was on that before. I can take a good down.
So it's goes down to Wacko. Heal comes on down in trade, so it ends up being a trade of summers for now, but trading that from OMG to get a bit of pressure back. Red side quadrant we go of Ultra Prime. Those Nymaera Initialise looking to try and trade back a little bit of that invade. Shield bolt forward them, but get knocked up by the 3 Talon Strike. They still gets the Raptors courtesy of his jungle pet, but didn't get the smite quite on time. Yujang over the wall, looking for a potential angle on in. Will just snip vaguely over and get involved. First blood over to John Howe bot side. It is a knife by Wacko low, flashed away. Can't quite get in range for the kills with the full auto.
Very close, but the big thing is Starry and Moham have won themselves presence back in this lane. They get themselves a better reset. Wacko will not be able to stick around for the cannon minion. Moham was actually wondering whether he could get himself tagged onto a plate kill at that point too. Cheeky kitty. As OMG, they'll send their bot lane back. They'll get that tier 2 boot. Very important for the Zeri to get that in this kind of lane. Helps you dodge out on Nami skill shots, and also means you can outspace the Lucian in the way that we were saying was so important earlier. Stop and getting that follow-up double tap auto.
Pretty much every summoner is now blown in the bot side. The Ignite will be up soon, and maybe that'll be a break point. We'll keep our eyes on it. Lane swap coming on out. Starry and Moam look to flip things around a little bit. Eugen's still around up here, looking to see whether we can find an angle. Level 5, not really at level 6 anytime soon. We can even know a wave and a half before that one becomes a real possibility.
Follow up on the trivia earlier, by the way. The best game record of any team within the LPL in a single split was actually OMG in 2014 spring. They went in, I think in games, I think it was 25-3 in terms of game record. So back in 2014, many years ago, but OMG technically had the best percentage game record as the needlework comes top there.
That all in, there is no summoner spells, remember. Starry trying to get towards the wall and just can't get there. The level 6 comes in and now this cat's got no move speed. You've got no boots. Get to bottom block shield. You're going to try and get the kill and does so. Will die, but in 1 for 2 is all fine for this Gwen.
Eugen shows the dueling prowess and takes it into a 1v2. 2 kills and 700 gold up now onto the Scion, who's looking at the other side of the map going, wait, I thought we were even in CS. I thought I'd done my job. Bot lane, big mistake from Starry Mob after they just won their own lane.
Oh, let's look at this again. We said, look, level 6 not going to be here for a wave and a half. A wave and a half later, and look what happens.
You've used your summoners on the bot side as well. W comes forward, a couple of summoners, cooldowns used by Starry and Mom. Can't get towards the wall for the wall ride, and Eugen just runs at them with the ghost. There is no disengage at this point. Of course, Yumi's got nothing to do about this. He does manage to get a kill back onto the Gwen, which is a little bit sad that the Zeri can't get a kill. Does get participation, but can't get the kill gold out of that. Eugen very happy.
Reset comes on through. Gwen resets, got themselves the full haunting guys. They're all very, very happy. You know, they already got an assist from snipping over the wall when we saw that Shinzao get caught out on the Raptor pit as well. So this poor Scion, who's done the lane just fine, up 10 CS, is going, hang on, why am I now down, 400, 500 gold here? Exactly the most entertaining moment. Still, got ourselves Grub spawning in 25 seconds. Might be our next port of call as Jarosha backing away there just briefly. Wacko on the Striker Lucian skin. Did become a little bit of a notorious Lucian main skin for a while, that one.
Yeah, it's it. Well, this is the skin which a lot of people played when it pretty much on release actually. Isn't it inspired by? Is it Ronaldinho that it's inspired by the hairstyle?
I feel like with the hair.
It was also like of that era as well, just towards kind of the end. Well, I think Ronaldinho had already retired by that point, but that would have been 2014, 2015 or so. 2014 would have been. Fish on the top side does have that flash. There's a big fight coming through. Starry stepping by that wall so he can hop over a long distance if he chooses to. Doesn't have to in this case. Oh, Edgar Davids, right? Okay. See, I'm not that clued up on football, so I'm actually not that. I know the very famous players, but I don't really know many outside of that. So I think
it's on Jake and Teddy, otherwise known as Limbani, barging down our door, just not yelling at us, but with random, really obscure Arsenal facts.
No, cycling in.
Gonna get a fair amount of damage back. His base shank in danger. Crescent Guard was burnt, stays alive. Ultimate's down, and Xiaoxia used their heal, but Starry doesn't get that much over the lightning crash, and Beishang has to burn the ult.
No, ult from Junhao.
Here we go. Turn around as Beishang now in danger, gets healed, but shoved back, dies. Charlotte has also popped the Spirit Rush, hasn't found a reset or an assault yet as he dives on forward and really regrets the slow. The Ultra Shock laser slow prevents too much follow-up, but that'll be a 2 extra grubs, make that 3 over to Ultra Prime and the kill.
In case you were ever wondering why LPL is picking up Pantheon Taliyah's 1-2 so much, it is exactly this. Both the global ultimates come through at the level 6 marker for the Pantheon, and they can just snap. Avengers assemble, going into a big fight. Junhao and Saber turn up, and OMG, because they're out of position, don't have a great answer towards this. The start of this, not great from Beishang, who goes in and gets immediately slammed with a load of CC, loses the ultimate for free. That's not great. The problem after this is splitting the team. Ultimate comes in from the Pantheon, Ultimate comes in from the Taliyah, Avengers assemble, dead Shins out. This is why it's so important. They have a lot of damage early on into the game, but they can turn up and make plays from a lot of different angles. And of course, Charlotte walking into the, well, dashing into the minefield.
Rocks, yeah.
Not great.
Breaks their own ankles. Alrighty then. Well, now we find Ultra Prime. Not exactly unexpectedly here, feeling a lot more confident in this game. We generally came in saying, look, Ultra Prime in some ways was like this, right? They didn't make Ascend with the way they were looking in that kind of, what do you call it? Like the tiebreaker playoff, so to speak.
Last chance qualifiers. I mean, that would technically be for plus, but yeah, last chance qualifiers that works. Also, welcome Mr. Kuehl. Good to see you. We'll be seeing a bit of you later. Molecule works on the LEC now, those stats. It's very cool to get involved with service. And yeah, I know that Molecule is someone who's paid attention to a lot of our PCS players, which is why I see players like, you know, Wacko and Egen, a couple of the players that come through, YSKM, I'm like, yep, this is the authority on this, by the way.
I've also appreciated the great deal of love and support that has gone the way of Hongq, saying like, this guy's really good, guys, don't sleep on him. Like, it turns out he is in fact really good.
You know, Ultra Prime, they rolled a bit of a butt dice this year by saying, okay, let's bring in some, you know, let's bring in some players which were doing quite well in PCS. You know, Wacko, been there for a long time. Egen, the player that was on Frankie Sports as well, notable Ribbon one trick. Let's see how they can do in the LPL, and presumably for budget reasons too, alongside that point on bot side. Clearing some vision, we spotted, we're going to get a good trade then. But Ultra Prime, I think the experiment's a little inconclusive. I don't know exactly what their goals for this year were. They were very close towards that upper group, and I think they're, as you were saying earlier, they'll feel a little hard done by that they didn't reach Group Ascend.
You never know. Depends how playoffs go. They might still end up with a dark horse run towards a little bit further than people think they can. Like Junhao here, I think, when the Neferi first came out and Junhao was really styling on that, you felt pretty excited to see parts of Ultra Prime, but they are forever their own worst enemy. Those game 3 scenarios, sure, but game 1 right now, fighting over this dragon. Charlotte again over the unraveled earth. They'll get the dragon, but everyone melts before it. Starry, wall riding over, won't chase over it, will the Lucian. He gets the dragon, sure, but losing another set of kills. I go another there. In a horrible stutter, but unfortunately OMG kind of stuttered with their decision making there, so you know what, kind of apt.
Ultra Prime do lose that dragon as Beishang gets that steal. That is important, because if OMG want to scale into Sion frontline, Zeri backline later on into the game, you will need to drop a dragon or two to do so. Getting a dragon now means that maybe you can do that. The problem is they gave up a lot of pressure. Needleworks go through top side. Harry doesn't have the ultimate. Wow, we're in a bit of trouble here.
He's finally getting a little bit more forced to flash. Spectral Cowl early really means nothing into this squad at this point.
Yeah. Ultra Prime, they get a lot out of that fight all the same though. I mean, this is a very fed Taliyah. Taliyah can actually deal with champions like Sion quite effectively later on. I know the Sion very tanky, but Taliyah is a Leandri's building champion, and with so much gold, we'll get towards that very, very quickly. So Junhao, Saber, they will be able to zero out that first target in a fight very, very well, and that's not even to mention the Shinzao, who already has been obliterated by that duo, zeroing in on them already.
Of course, Beishang asked to step in on relatively short notice here with OMG. He's not having an easy time of it, is he? Shinzao, I think, is one of those champions that sometimes becomes a bit of a litmus test for how you're doing. You are the tip of the spear in more ways than one. That doesn't mean when you are going in, when you're asked to be is when the Scion's not around, one of your primary frontliners. If it goes wrong, you tend to be the one where it shows. 0 and 3 shows it's not going fantastically well here. On the other side, Junhao, 1-0-3, Saber, 2-0-2, both in very good spots here. And side note as well, the Lucian going towards the Essence Reaver rapid fire build that does feel like the current Lucian go-to option as well at the minute. And Collector's ready to be seen as it stands.
Yay, no Collector into a Scion.
Is that very true? No, I grant
really
you that.
bad. The thing about the Lucian and the Lucian Nami combination is you're looking for that single auto attack stacked up effect kind of combination where you have Imperial Mandate on top of Lucian kind of dashing forwards. You want that rapid fire cannon for ease of access, but also the damage on top of it too. And then you proc that electrocute, and someone's HP just gets obliterated on mid-wave. You're looking to just push in waves like this. Sorry, Ever, hang on a prop. That might be a problem.
Charge up, going to force to burn a tidal wave. Blast coming forward. How aggressively do they want to play this to OMG? Answer is not that aggressively. Don't they earn themselves an ultimate for just being in a bush, so that's not the worst thing in the world. Junhao still trying to play that on his vision. There's Audacious charge forward. That's a bit more. Gets behind the Aegis to solve it. In comes Saber with that Weaver's Wall, forced to flash over at the end of the wrong side. He's dead. And now Charlotte with the reset looking for another angle in. Junhao gets a bit of healing back, but it's too little, too late, and they lose 2.
Really not sure what Saber was thinking with that wall. Jumps into melee range of the Zarya and the Yuumi. You can easily blast back. Ultra Prime could have maybe just sacrificed 1 for the escape. Instead lose 2. And Ultra Prime will now give up their Herald on top side. Big mistake, and it's gold over towards the Zarya, who's ahead of the game now. Gets a kill amongst the fracas there.
To see exactly how Saber ended up falling off that side. The problem is, EJ now gets to walk on down. Has got a load of needles to work with. They're going to look for another little snip, snip, snip. Finds the 3-stack Q. Starry now very low in the mid lane as well. Forsen, flash on forwards. Ebb and flow, I thought it was over. Xiaoxi said, hell no, it's not.
A recovery from Ultra Prime. An Ignite was dropped down by Wacko, and Xiaoxia flashes forward. But the hero of this game, make no mistake, is EGN in this top side. Double kills the bot lane as they switch away from their winning lane a little earlier on. Managed to kill out the jungler as they try to take the Herald, and then finishes their dirty work themselves. This duelist top lane prodigy from the PCS is really carrying his team in this game.
He's found some wonderful isolated fights now. Solo both now in the river as well. Have a look at this one because it gets very messy for Ultra Prime.
This is obviously a fight away from the Gwen. Saber comes in and then jumps over. He gets knocked off a bit by the Shinsep. However, questions as to why the wall was positioned like that in the first place. Was not in position to respond particularly well. Ultra Prime, they do pick up the pieces, but yeah, you know, it's still... This is why these teams are in Group Nirvana, folks. They're not the cleanest teams ever. OMG 0 and 4. Arguably our worst team in the LPL right now. Wacko dodging backwards.
Deja in danger. Does get knocked up. That was a much better Weaver's one that brings down the cat as well. Starry will get to wall ride out to safety. But a kill for the Lucian, a kill for the Taliyah. And full control in that bot side river and in the mid lane, depending on what Ultra Prime feel like they want to push most heavily for.
This is a Shinzao game of all time. Shinzao 0 and 5. Dying every time they walk up to a play. Dragon is available. Jungle's down. Eugen gets a side lane push. Ultra Prime should be smashing through this first game at this point. Dragon very easily. Gold's getting out of hand. Some side lanes and objectives going inside of Ultra Prime.
The Ultra Prime to Worlds run starts here, says Molecule. And you know what? If it turns out this way, 17 minutes, 30 seconds in, Game 1 OMG versus Ultra Prime. You heard it here. This is where it begins.
Ultra Prime, a good standing point for them. Good starting point. They've had a good recovery of this bot lane, which did fall behind in that 2v2. Themselves up to a good amount of objectives. Yeah, OMG. Showing why they're kind of 0-4 in this group.
Yeah, definitely still struggling fairly heavily here. Second item, now done for the Lucian. Second item, happily done for the Gwen. OMG find themselves in a precarious position, make no mistake about it. 5,000 gold down, a lot of objectives, including 2 dragons and some grubs. The scaling isn't exactly a sure lock here, despite having this area, because there's a Gwen on the other side. And the rest of your team isn't necessarily the hyperscalers you might like outside of, say, Scion, Infinite, Soul Furnace scaling. Exactly a done deal is the long and short of it.
I do just look at this sign going, wow, I'm going to scale for forever. Okay, well, the next has to be done in approximately 7 minutes or so. Of course, I reckon this game is ending before 30 minutes at this point. With this kind of composition, with the ability to force fights the way that they've been doing, Sion is not getting towards their infinite point of power. And they've built up magic resist right now, largely, and it's not even like Wacko is particularly weak in this game. Ult's come across mid lane, trying to take the tower.
Weaver's wall locks off Beishang and Charlotte. Don't want to ult in here. Eugen facing off with Harry. Will find him on a 1v3. He still has the Hallowed Mist to work with. Charlotte gets inside it, but I don't know how much they enjoyed doing that. Got the charm, and there's a ghost running. There's still a load of needles. They lose the tier 1 anyway. It really doesn't turn into all that much. 3 members try to jump the Gwen and get half her HP bar.
Yay! Trade deal! I offer you 1,000,000 cooldowns. I give you half the HP of my top laner. And you still don't save the mid lane turret. So Ultra Prime get what they came here for. Ultra Prime get to walk forwards with all outer turrets now down.
Yeah, that one's rough. Goes back to base as Wacko and picks himself up a Last Whisper. We call it a little Dominate Regards. I think quite catchy.
No,
yeah,
not
that
quite,
really took me a second. If you wonder what the pause was, it was me remembering item names. It happens occasionally.
I reckon you'll go towards the Mortal Reminder as well, because the anti-heal for the Yuumi, definitely quite valuable. There is a Mikhail's onto Moem right now. Doesn't affect the Nami ultimate, but does affect the cube if it lands onto you. The Nami bubble's a weird coded ability, because it's technically a stun with a visual
suspension.
Well, yeah, that's the thing, right? That is what a suspension is. That's what I'm trying to explain.
Ah, okay, with you.
It's a visual suspension. Well, what do you mean by visual suspension? And so basically, it is a stun, so you can cleanse it with cleanse and with Mikhail's, but it also counts as a knock-up for things which interact with it like a Yasuo.
Gotcha.
It's a very unique spell like that. I think it's one of maybe only 1 or 2 in the entire game.
Lessons on league coding with one Alex Nymaera Hapkids. Starry gets jumped on, turns it around though. The lightning gets crashed. Exhaust out. Wacko will have to let the pursuit away. Flash to flash. The heal comes on board. Flash for the heal in terms on the other side. Lucian just about surviving, and they've gone too deep. They can't lock the Lucian down. Now the Gwen comes on over. There's that suspension you were talking about. The coding means nothing in the face of death. Brand Starfall into the backline. Beishang will throw down the Crescent Guard, but unfortunately, they are passing this geometry test. There's better circles in the form of the Hallowed Mist, and Gwen, understandably, is immune.
OMG look for a way to break open the map pressure, and they instead break their spines on the shields of Ultra Prime. The double globals come out from the mid jungle again, who I think have really been a good engine for the way that Ultra Prime have been playing the map. But of course, again, a player which has been doing so much work is Eugen. Turns up to the play, cleans things up towards the end of it. Go towards this replay. Starry, decent trade back. 2v2. Zeri Yuumi does do very well against the Lucian Nami if they get slightly ahead of them, and they have done. But you are playing as a team that can very quickly respond. Saber, within a couple of seconds, turns up to the play. The play starts going wrong, and you have another global coming through. Yes, you do lose 1 kill to Charlotte, throwing his ult across the team, but by this point, Eugen comes back in towards the play. Pantheon has that second global, and you're on full retreat. You don't have damage at this point. OMG, disaster plays. They can't find anything working for them.
I don't blame Starry for looking. I don't blame Moem for looking. The game is looking pretty doomed. You take the low percentage play and go, well, let's hand check it. Let's see if we can get it. And in fairness, they got close. They burned every summoner. It required a clutch flash over the fat walls to get in range for the heal onto the Lucian to give the move speed out. You know, that's not bad going considering how messy and unfortunate this game has gone. The problem is, you are running low percentage plays now. You don't have very easy options here. I'm gonna try and rush down an Atikan. While the soul point is being claimed by Ultra Prime. There is a Gwen around. He's pretty strong at this point. May feel the urge for 1v4. We'll see exactly how aggressively Ultra Prime want to contest this. Wacko. The bottom side of this. Only behind them. Down at 2000 HP. This should just be Atikan. The bounty picked up. Still the fight. Oh my days. Beishang gets the Crescent Card down, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. There goes the Hallowed Mist. Harry gets knocked up by the Tidal Wave. In the backside gets charged. That will likely be the death of the Gwen. Not bad. Now Wacko rejects from nobody stumbles and dies as well. 2 kills to Harry. Somehow the Scion popping off. Junhao finally turns up. Harry turns down into a zombie. Charlotte hops away from the side. Big Sharp safe but getting front hacked. Does finally survive. OMG actually end up with a few key kills. Unfortunately, they went largely to the Scion and not, say, the Zeri.
So it's Atakan and 3 kills over towards OMG, and there's an ultimate coming through from Junhao. Doesn't quite end up judging the angle well enough and doesn't have a flash to follow up. Charlotte will make it out safely, but Ultra Prime, bit of a stumble there. OMG getting themselves more than I thought they would be afforded in this plate. Starry back out onto the map, and the Zeri is scary. There are 2.5 items. The Zeri is behind in gold, but as we saw in that plate, they are still a Zeri Yumi. If you let them get some auto-attack uptime, they'll do a lot of damage with this kind of item breakpoint. And have the Atakan on them now too, which means that they get some, show you on the top of the screen. The actual indicator itself changes shape, by the way. So they have the Spirit Petals now, the Spirit Blooms, as opposed to the Bloody Petals that Ultra Prime have. And it collects all of the remaining ones on the map when you kill it. So OMG gets some value there. Now the other thing which we'll see is if you get a kill after killing the Atakan, has this AoE explosion which damages and slows. It can occasionally be quite powerful. I haven't seen it change games yet, but maybe this could be one of them, especially with OMG being behind the game. Get that single kill, maybe that'll change things.
That will be the plan. That'll be the idea. Third item now picked up for this Scion. He picked up a couple key shutdowns there. See whether he can play frontline. It's not really about the Scion. It's been more about the fact that Beishang has not been having a great time. His frontline still won't be. It's like a 1 item here. Look at nearly a 2 for Junhao. Will be getting a DA relatively shortly looking at the build. At this point, you begin to wonder exactly how much value that feel-good moment really is for OMG. It is a feel-good moment, but that is not, I don't think, game-changing per se. It is a single step on a very long ladder to come back into this game.
Yeah, quite hard to come back into a game when your jungler is 0-7.
That's not great.
Beishang, he's come in as a late replacement to OMG. I'm not discrediting them on too much because of that. I think it is an extenuating circumstance coming into a failing team as a kind of emergency substitute. But still, being 0-7, that's where the microscope goes first, and it doesn't even have to zoom in particularly far to see where the problems lie. You have to zoom out, actually. Yeah, need to change the magnification around a little bit on that, because Junhao has been a huge difference between most teams which Ultra Prime have beaten. He's been one of our best junglers outside of our top group. Junhao's been really making a name for himself. Baron is now available. Ultra Prime potentially setting up for this one. We'll say, Harry not in a bad position to start cutting off some of his choke points and using those 1,000 W stacks to delay Ultra Prime getting towards the carries.
So, 1.5 minutes until Sol for Ultra Prime. Baron's up as well. Damned if you do, damned if you don't for OMG. When those two objectives are up at the same time, you will have to give control over once off on Beishang. Once again, split off. By the way, comes on down. Knocked up.
0-8.
Before he goes to crash, got down. 0-8. Charlotte comes across the wall. Does land a good charm onto Wacko. But then that means Yijek gets a free moment to go into the backside. Looking to get as many needles down as possible. Gets him across Charlotte and Starry, who does manage to heal up at least a little bit. But the Scion is dead. Beishang is dead. There is no front line anymore. And Baron is up, and there's more than enough damage to bring down the purple worm.
No front line, no smites. OMG will be losing the big objective on the top side of the map, and that is just in time for the dragon to spawn on the bot side for Sol for Ultra Prime. Ultra Prime, clean plays besides that Atakan this game. The Atakan was that stumble. OMG will be able to push in towards mid lane, maybe get themselves a objective banning from that. I actually think Wacko's making a bit of a mistake by staying here, but with the teleport coming through, maybe there'll be a cleanup play to be made too.
If he comes on through, he's already here. Ghost running. He's running towards Wacko. Trying to get someone with it. Can't quite get in range. Finds out the path, but it does not make a damn difference. 2 extra kills, but they get a tier 1. Again, it's desperation plays.
Hang on. They're actually going for the inhibitor now. They're not even going towards the Soul straight up. Junhao pushing in bot side. They say, well, I mean, you're not going to be able to contest for the dragon anyway. You've just lost your bot lane. The only thing which is strong about your team, let's go slam some inhibitors down.
That one sucks. There goes the inhibitor. How far do they want to push? They've got 20 seconds on Starry. They'll just stay with the inhibitor. Don't want to overforce it. We'll still look towards that Soul. In comes the Weaver toward bot side. Charlotte will ult out to safety, but Beishang once again in danger. Goes back in.
0-9.
Charlotte eats some more needles. Again, the acupuncture sessions just proved to be really uncomfortable and not at all healing.
No, that's the ones which go like straight to your spinal column. Oh wait, is that a thing? Anyway, it's gone straight into the spinal column for this one. Beishang, yeah, having a pretty hard time of it. And this is not a tanky side when everyone's hit. Got a couple of kills earlier. They really haven't meant that much now. That's another jump forwards.
Cleanse came on down with the kills, but that just gave opportunities for John had a flash shield vault to get a kill onto the Pantheon, but everyone dies for it. A worthy sacrifice from the jungler of Ultra Prime, and they don't give a damn about Soul. They give a damn about the Nexus turrets. They give a damn about the Nexus, and it is calm, it is calculated, it is commanding. Ultra Prime, game 1 victory.
Wacko trying to send Shape Shock to 0 and 10. No power spike reached for the Shins now. If only he had one more death, perhaps he could have carried. Jungler of OMG came in as a late substitution for OMG. Sadly, not really able to do much in this game. Ultra Prime, clean game from them. EGN, some great dueling coming out. And Ultra Prime can see themselves one up in the series.
What is it with some of our players today and going unreasonable amounts of deaths? Mako's Blitzcrank yesterday went 0 and 12.
I heard about that. I didn't get to watch the game, but I saw the post-game score and thought, surely that's the type 2, right? No, it was 0 and 12 from Mako the other day.
Yeah, it was Lilia and Blitzcrank were your 2 bits of CC. And so Mako was level 3 to level 6 in the bot lane, wandering around the map.
That is ridiculous.
On a quest to find hooks.
I can't believe it, man.
And the one hook he found in 10 minutes, dude, was on a fucking Skada. The ult is OT.
That's just not okay. Okay, I'm going to run some adverts. I will go and do a coffee run for you if you want.
Yes!
I can go do... What?
No, just coffee run.
I can do a coffee run. I can do that. And yeah, a reminder for those in chat, by the way, we do actually read chat. We're reading all 3 of them. So if you're being an asshole in chat, we can see you.
Yeah, we will ban you.
You know, something like, oh my god, these commentators are so bad, I could do a better job. Go set up your own stream then. Go do it. Enjoy having 2 viewers for like a year. More than that. You have that ability to do that. Shamrock, long time no see. I hope you're doing well. As yeah, we'll go put on some adverts now. But yeah, if you're in chat being an asshole, we do see it. And like, I'm not gonna say I'm immune to it. It definitely, I'm just like, what the fuck? But yeah, for the rest of you, I'm glad you're enjoying it. And for those of you who feel like they have to act like that in publicly accessible chats, I hope your life gets better.
Don't get me wrong. Casting, like music or acting or any other things, is subjective. You're allowed to have tastes. It's super fine. Just don't be a dick. It's not. It's like it's just a standard human thing. Anyway, there's our goal graph. There was a little bit of a stumble. A couple kills went back over. It's kind of it. I feel like this game, it's going to be a Gwen MVP for some reason.
I thought that EGN was the focal point of this game because I think the double kill onto the bot lane was where the game turned. Well, that was where the game was so dangerous after the bot lane was winning lane very hard and they managed to force out Wacko and Xiaoxia out of lane. I thought that could be a win condition. The fact that they then went topside and got mullered by Gwen, that changed the game. Of course, there's stuff from the Pantheon Slayer. I think Junhao had a very good game, but EGN was really good. Okay, right, I'm gonna go do a coffee run. And I will be back shortly.
This is the one good play we saw from OMG outside of that Atacam. The problem was, after that, you just got to roam down the river and press R on a Shins out. And they died. The flash ebb and flow. Xiaoxia. That was nice. That was nice. The problem I think we're going to find is that Ultra Prime, when things go wrong, can collapse really, really hard. There's a reason why they didn't clutch out and make their way up to Group Ascend despite looking favoured, despite looking, in their wins in particular, the most consistent. There is a bit of anti-clutch to this team, it has to be said. That'll change as things go on. Just look at people like Wacko and go, yeah, you got a moment, don't you? You look at GG and you go, yeah, that Gwen is really good. You look at Junhao and things like the Pantheon, things like the Neferi, and go, yeah, all right, I see it. There's still a lot of... I don't want to say inexperienced. It's not like Wacko is a new player, if you know what I mean. But there's still a little bit of growing to be done on an LPL level for this squad. And you see what the heights could be, but you know how shaky those foundations can also be around it. But either way, still feels like it's going to be a very tricky state of affairs here for OMG, who already, I think, are going to be down for the count. As we said, they are not making Summit as a result of yesterday's series, but Prime may well be kicking them while they're down there, and that's going to suck a little bit. They don't look at their best to OMG, but look at their best for what feels like a number of years now, which is pretty sad to say. Give me Xiaoxia MVP just for playing Fish, that's fair. Need the Stephen 8A clip of Don't Be a Dick, basically that. We know the only reason Amber doesn't cast is to give other smaller casters a chance. It's very true. Amber would do us all in. We'd never have a free moment. See who the MVP is? There we go. 8, 2, and 7. Lowered the damage. That level 6 spike alone was very, very nice. Really muted that attempt at snowball. Plus, if we ever got Amber, Sam, and Alex trycast, the world would never end from epicness. Yes, absolutely. Can't have that. Would have been a disaster. Down my goat. Yeah, he did well. He did well.
Ain't no mountain high, ain't no valley low.
We're all very silly and adorable. It's very true. All right, let's run some. I don't need to run advertisements. They've already been done. I won't rerun advertisements. That would be mentioned. Doc Shamrock, obviously, sub to avoid the ads. You too can sub to avoid ads. That's a way to avoid them. Those of you who want to get involved, we had our crazy hype train yesterday where everyone got golden caps. When best champs. True. He's pretty great.
把生活玩出新意，
自由自在，灵感随行。
用个性的方式画世界，
让眼界突破边界，
让远在天边，近在眼前，
让每一刻精彩不再等待。
国补叠加以旧换新5折起，打开京东搜赛事预测，赢英雄联盟1000元礼盒。
京东。
Shiny keyboards, always my favorite. I'll bring the camera up. There we go. A little bit of time before the next game. What do we want to win, chap? Or who do we want to win? That's a good question. Ari Chair leading on Sam like, hey, how you doing, Yana? How you doing, Chair? Having a good time? Go to Prem, let's go! Back here with the fancy new graphics. Are we looking at draft? I think we might be. Not quite. Got a little bit of time. Get that breakdown host. I still don't know her name, actually. One of the newer hosts. What is her name? Most of the Chinese broadcast. Copy time. Wee! Yep, Alex is going to go get some. I want OMG to win. Win to go out in a blaze of glory. That's super fair. I mean, I don't blame you. It would be very sad if they go like 0-5 and that's it. That's the last we see of this team. The very tragic way to go, right? We talk about going out with a not with a bang, but with a whimper. At this point, it's not really a case of we want to win. It's just we all know that OMG are going to lose, and I hope it's not too bad because we're probably looking at the end of the York. Yeah, that's kind of my thinking too. Oh, it says here, Yang Yang or Monsieur. Okay, wasn't it Baba or something? Or might be. There's a couple others down there. Yeah. I think she does some hosting too, actually, like on stage. LPL cast always dressed up. Yeah, it's always lovely. Got great fashion. A little bit of love for Harry and Beishang. Gotta love it. Here we go. Draft's incoming. Flick that camera over and get ready for game number 2. Yone, Nico, Liliaban by OMG. Ultra Prime back on red side. Getting rid of the Azir, the Rumble. Is it going to be a Skarner ban as well? Neferi. Also, up at this point, Neferi or Vi, one of the two is getting through. Are we trading them? Might be the way. There's the Neferi ban. Vi first pick. Skarner, I suppose, is the other option, as we were kind of talking about. No Rumble to pair it with, but there's a fair number of nasty options. Misfortune comes to mind. Beishang lovers crying. I'm one of them. Oh, David, I'm sorry. It's not been a great time for your boy in the jungle. Yorick locked in. Sejuani's up. So's the Vi. There was a period of time people were trying to pull Zyra in to Skarner and saying, look, we can just disengage him. The AP is really nice. You outfarm him. When you go towards the Rise, though, it's a global to play to the Yorick. Well, Alex has shouted to the high heavens about that combo being really potent. As the Xayah, Rakan, up and available. Just gets locked in immediately, starring Moab. Given a dominant bot lane 2v2. Considering how close they were to being really, really obnoxious on that Zeri Yumi. I'm trying to give them a little bit of teeth here. Now for the Vi. Okay, there it is, locked. Annie banned away from Charlotte. That's a telling moment, isn't it? Varus also banned. Kind of blanked on the Annie ban for a second. I was like, oh, Annie. Wait, what? Annie? Yeah, Banana Slapper's got the right idea. Very nice side laning from Ultra Prime, plus a solid combo between the Rune Present into Dark Procession into Cease and Desist type combo. A lot of single target locked out. Very annoying to deal with. Problem is you're still doing it into a very big team fight and AoE comp from OMG right now between the Feathers and the Impale and the Quickness. A lot of CC on front to back. The Ezreal to try and manage that somewhat. Well, great into the Skarner, but everyone else you can play around. Going to be obligated into something like a Karma here. Try and earn some shove, otherwise could be a bit miserable down bot lane. Leona as well, probably okay. Rel up and available. Besser, the most fun matchup into the Yorick. We saw some good stuff from 369. 369 just yesterday, really popping off on it. Silas would be fun. Match the Realm Warp. Galio does the same thing though. Bring down the hero's entrance on whoever gets hit by the Impale. Follow up on the Ambessa. Ambessa's got enough setup now with the Rakan and Skarner. Relying on this Xayah and Ambessa to get rolling. Bit low on AP damage here. So armor value very high here. Poppy, no consideration, locked in. There's that support. Lane dominant, annoying for the Rakan. Annoying for the Galio, very annoying for the Ambessa. Good Roma as well. A good dive buddy for the Vi. I think that's a solid last pick support option. Insane poppy angle. Molecule, right there with you. Yeah, a lot out of this game. I think, in fact, everybody but Skarner you're messing with here to an extent. And I suppose the Xayah. She doesn't have a dash out. Yeah, okay. The big engage tools in the Ambassador's going to cry. I don't think... Actually, that's a question. I'm trying to think of the interaction. How does Poppy interact with Skarner wall drive? Does it interrupt that? I'm not actually sure what that's coded as. Is that coded as a dash? I doubt it. Yeah, I'm gonna say I don't think it does. But I'm having a moment of doubt. Either way, even if that's not interaction, the rest of it's still really solid. Ultra Prime? Don't think so. Yeah, glad to see there's a couple of people in my wavelength there. I don't think it interacts with that. But, you know, I've been wrong before. I'll be wrong again as yet. OMG got no damage later on. Yeah, that's something of a worry, right? Like, the Xayah needs to be Giga Fed. The Ambessa needs to be Giga Fed. Mid-game, great spike. You can land the CC chain. Oh, my days, the combo's great. There's quite a lot of tools from Ultra Prime to mess with that. The lane dominance could be tricky, and you've still got to deal with the Yorick and a Rise in the side lane. On to the Rift we go. What could be OMG's final ever appearance in the LPL.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
No Giles. That's a little bit sad, really. Well, from myself and Alex then, OMG Jayo. There you go well. To whatever comes next. The very oldest organizations here in the LPL. Certainly one of the most storied. I remember them turning up to Season 4 All-Stars. Cool. Try and bring down fake Zoriana. There's an army in that game. It might have even been with Illusion. Yep, 9 directed by Poppy. There you go. Appreciate that. Calm down, Vi. It's just a ward. Doesn't matter. Punch it harder. Ambassador flank with Galio ult and Rakan full up is the hope. Exactly. Or Skarner ult that sets up for Ambassador ult, that sets up for Galio ult, that sets up for everything else. And then you've actually got quite a lot of good disengage with Skarner and Rakan and Xayah Feathers and Galio. Try and punish the Vi going forwards. You are a little shy on the damage. There we go. EJ just came off an MVP. He's on. Catmancy Yorick. Crazy cat lady Yorick. Get over the Dark Procession. A decent combo. Thank you very much, Alexander. Comes bearing gifts of caffeine. So, Alex.
Yeah.
We're looking at the comps. We've got ourselves Skarner, Galio, CC, manage the Vi, engage, and try and have your own horrible CC chain comp. A little low on the damage. Combos there. Ultra Prime, globals with Yorick and Rise side lane push, and a really great Poppy angle.
Yeah.
Really interrupt and mess with a lot of what OMG want to do.
Also, worth noting, globals with the Yorick in the game, both teams having to have something to do with Yorick in a side lane. That's been the way that the LPL has kind of evolved around. Yorick is such a strong unit to split pusher.
Jack, you owe me $5. That one was exactly what I said Alex would say.
Really?
You can pay in the form of subs, guys. That's all I'm saying.
Well, the thing is, so like, One of the most powerful things we can do on the microphone is repeat something in a compelling enough way that you remember it as chat. The fact that you have walked away being like, oh, obviously it's about the globals and the and the Yorick means that we have done our job well. Because it means that you have correctly identified and immediately identified the fact that Yorick is strong in a 1v1. Globals are one of the biggest answers towards them.
Also a great way of supporting the Yorick, playing for those side lanes. Xiaoshe eats a lot of damage there, combo there from Moa. Knight comes on down, and Starry does also eat a fair amount of the HP bar, and Wacko, he's an Ezreal, he's got level 3, he'll be okay to solo lane for a little bit while the Poppy maybe needs to reset hit, and we'll do just that.
OMG really needs Starry to do a lot of work in this, don't they? He is the one consistent damage source. Xiaoshe, there's no mana. What's happening here? Wall stun!
Heal rapidly on in. Xiaoshe's gonna get knocked out there. That's a little bit bold, my friend. Got a barrier. That means the Poppy's gonna die. There was a heal. There was a why?
I don't get it. They went towards the higher HP target of the two. The wall stun is followed up by nothing because you've already used your ignite. The heal is not stopped by anything, and Xiaoshe just throws the bot lane and Ultra Prime with 2 kills down.
Valhalla was calling, and Xiaoshe wanted an early ticket. Top lane, we're going to try and see a dive.
Worth noting, Sam, when you're sat there with that distance from them, hang on, problem, dive in the top side, will escape. And you need to be careful of the game sound, because if you're sat at this one, you're sat as 2 people, don't put the immediate source to 0. It's a little bit too loud. Notice that from chat said that in both games now.
Copy that.
So put that down a little bit. And hopefully now that's fine for you all in chat. Let us know what the audio is like. I did dip it just a touch.
Apologies on that one. Yeah, went back to the 0 on this one. Clearly should not.
I typically do that when I'm casting one person because I can get closer to the mic. I think when we're casting as turbos, the mic, the audio gets a little bit lower from us because we're a little further from the mic.
That makes some sense.
So, 2 early kills for OMG. Bot lane is now a problem. We asked Starry to get ahead because he's the consistent damage source from OMG. He's ahead. He's ahead. He's going to be really strong now in Ultra Prime. We'll be asking questions of their bot laners why they didn't just chill. They didn't need to throw that gold at the Xayah like that.
How do I put this? It feels like Ultra Prime do this at least one game a series, where someone just loses their brain and goes for a play in the most inexplicably anti-clutch way possible. Sometimes it's Xiaoshe, sometimes it's Junhao, sometimes Saber just randomly into lane. Yijen goes for a 1v1 and just horribly loses. Like, there is a little bit of solo queue that just lurks under the surface of these players that comes back to haunt them at the worst possible time.
It's one of the more interesting things about the LPL. I am intrigued by wondering how players think that play was going to work out. Like, what's the angle? You obviously pulled the trigger. Why did you think that would work? And clearly we just have different ideas of what happens in the game of League of Legends. Junhao behind an XP compared to Beishang, which is a bit worrying. I'm not exactly sure how he lost that many camps. It wasn't allowed for the early game, of course. Saber already used his Realm Warp, so not using that to be able to get out onto the map. Xiaoshe to escape from that W. Ultra Prime need this Yorick online ASAP to even out the fact that the Xayah is now ahead.
That'll be the plan. Early BF sword tricky. 20 CS lead as well is problematic. Vi does manage to finagle her way out. Beishang and Harry were both collapsing, but a quick Q over the wall gets the Vi out to safety. She says, see you later, nerds. Maybe we smell you later, nerds. We go for the 90s references today, I've decided.
This the Back to the Future one. It's like, make like a tree and get out of here. I've been trying to catch up again on some classic movies I missed while I was growing up. I'm rewatching some, rewatching the... So I'd never watched a lot of the Predator films. I watched one of the Alien vs. Predators. Owie, BF sword first back. Does give you a lot of DPS uptick.
Couple daggers into an immediate feather pool is not a route anymore in the way it was in release. Still a lot of damage, especially when you have got that early bit of AD. I asked to be the hyper carry this game. We're doing a decent look at it so far. 25 TS up now. The plate's top side. The win con for OMG has never been more obvious, I feel.
Now the question will be, how do you circumvent that? How do you stop Xayah being impactful in a game? How do you stop her from team fighting well, if you can? Because you get the Xayah roll onto the Vial, that's the problem. Does it need to be Realm Warp from Saber to then force the Realm the Featherstorm instead? does that just kill the Rise at that point? Because Galio can play peel for you. I think in 5v5s, OMG have a significant advantage if Xayah can kind of stand their ground with so much damage like this.
I think especially if it's in the mid game before some of the additional members of Ultra Prime get to the point where they can start melting the front line through. We saw that just yesterday from BLG, where they had a crazy lead with a Galio comp, and then in about 30 minutes, suddenly their front line wasn't a front line anymore, it was a front suggestion. Everything started getting a lot trickier from there, going to 3 kind of as a result. Dragon Trader for Ultra Prime, and that might be a win con in and of itself. Get a few of those early dragons still out, the Rise and the Yorick split pushing to say, yeah, well, we're not going to play a 5v5, we'll play 2v2, sure. 3v3. Nice interrupt there on the reset with the double true shot barrage. Wacko, legendary as real play. There, Xiaoxia, not quite in time to move the flash.
Oh, Jesus, it's a Yuntel, but it's a Yuntel before 10 minutes, dude. That is... Why did they throw those kills at them? What was Xiaoxia thinking? That could genuinely flip the game in the same way.
Yeah.
In the same way that we were wondering about last game, starring winning the 2v2 against Wacko and Xiaoxia as well with the Zeri Yumi. They were bailed out by EGN at that point. That hasn't happened here, where, you know, the Gwen just runs both you down in quick succession after they switch into the Gwen's lane. It's not happened here. So OMG have a very fed AD carry. They have that level 6. They have barrier. They have a heal on their support as well. I'm not sure what Ultra Prime do about this. It's going to take a while for the Yorick to get online. Now we do have Saber right on the top side. Man does have ult, but misses the W, but Shang does get the wall stun, and that's all the globals coming in.
Immediate flash away from Saber keeps him alive, but it means he's not going to be able to get towards this turret, and with 3 grubs picked up earlier, more gold going into Starry's pocket. This gold lead balloon a little further, and an additional marker towards those feats of strength secured.
Well, where's the cross-map from Ultra Prime? You could have kept someone mid lane. Wacko chooses not to. I don't think he realizes that Saber was at safely. EGN is actually losing the individual matchup versus Harry right now. Level down, that's actually a fairly big problem. You'd normally expect the Yorick to be just hammering through any individual matchup once you get a couple of levels and a couple of components in. So it's tough for OMG. No cross map for Ultra Prime. Slow on the macro. Wacko will play it now, but it's a problem.
Backs against the wall. OMG go towards classic for Starry. When I was casting LDL, Starry was one of those AD carries who was a little mercurial, but on a team that was struggling a little bit, was playing with the likes of Linfong, who was wonderful, but spicy, shall we say, using the Kali Yasuo player, and sometimes that meant your comps got really, really weird. He's got some weird stats. For example, Starry, Kai'Sa, 7 and 12 all time, most played, but he's on a team that wasn't that successful, so that number gets a little bit thrown under the bus. Xayah is his 3rd most played champion of all time. Yes. 18 games on it.
Yep.
What do you think his win rate is?
12 and 6.
14 and 4.
Ooh, that's nice, especially if it's on a struggling team.
Yep. That's career, so that's even when he's been up in LPL.
Yeah, and he's played less of it in LPL. When I think about him in LPL, I think of Jinx when he first came up. That is the champion which I think of, but yeah,
one of the specialties, I agree.
And now considering that he is the bright spot on a doomed roster, OMG, the worst team in the LPL this year, Starry is the player I would take up from this roster and hope for better things from him. That's the player I would take away from it. Of course, a little bit sad to see when you've got players like Moem who were in Worlds last year. He struggled for a little while though. I think watchers of Moem will realise that he was struggling when he was going to Worlds. But OMG, they are not without talent. I was hoping for something from Linfong as well, their mid laner. Sadly for him, subbed out for Charlotte. Not really sure what's happened there. We don't really get to hear about the internal communications that much, of course. And we're into a very much a lull state in this game. Just moving around, waiting until the dragon spawns. Starry pushing out mid waves, moving to a side lane, grouping up. And in this case, going towards the Yorick's lane, has that first item. Base shot, that's a couple of mid-skill shots, not sure about that one.
Junhao in danger, but a nice keep his very knocks people away. Moam and Starry go up to the sky. Wacko looking for a decent angle over the back end of the public execution to White. And lots of buttons pressed. No one actually falls down.
I think that's a big win for Ultra Prime. OMG were the ones that were initially putting a lot of members into the side lane. They are the ones that lose the Xayah ultimate, and now potentially there's a chance of a flash wallstone from Xiaoxia or a rune prison out of a realm warp from Saber to maybe force something onto Starry, and that will be something which Ultra Prime should consider heavily.
Yeah, down to collapse on the side lane goes on. 40 seconds until Dragon. with a lot of those big cooldowns there. And actually, I feel like Ultra Prime, as we're kind of noticing, with a decent window here to get something done on the map. They've actually set the Rise top lane, but want to try and play for that turret instead, interestingly. Something teleport force. The root goes down on the Shower Shot. No additional Feather Caller available, so can't bring the feathers back a second time that quickly. So, not with that ridiculous amount of ability haste as yet. So now, Q won't be quite in range to get. They will run more out there. I don't know whether that was absolutely necessary, but there we go. Burn nonetheless.
Yeah, with no ult like available from Moham. Oh, hang on a second, gets a decent trade in there. But with no ult from Beishang and Moham, I think that was that was too much for that Realm Warp. That was too much. Should have been able to use that to force down onto Starry. Egen now has that first item, but Harry, credit to him. I think he's had a rough year, doing well in this individual matchup. And that's important, because the win condition of Ultra Prime is having a very strong split pushing Yorick with the Rise ulti into their lane. OMG can start up the Dragon on the bot side. No contest really coming through from Ultra Prime. Jun Hao just clearing through top side.
Get that. That's that Dragon secured. Second objective in for OMG. No one's got 3 strength. Very slow game so far. Compared to last game, which was a bloody affair. So with the exception of the very swift ride of the Valkyries from Xiaoxia into Doom, kind of been it action-wise. I understand why Ultra Prime perhaps not wanting to get involved early on, the way their comps plays. You want an item or two on the likes of your Rise and Ezreal and Yorick before you're really online in a way that OMG got their first item. They're kind of happy to do.
I just don't see what Ultra Prime are getting out of the map right now. I just don't see it. Well, I mean, right now, getting a genocide. This is the first thing. Okay, this is what they need to do. Just questioning that before I get to the draft fully. The redemption coming through.
Just comes from down Egen. That's a decent amount of healing with the last rides. Harry's going to flash away using it out of that hero's entrance, but it just means that Harry is dead to right. They teleported it all for that. Gets another Q before the taunt gets that much value. There's a main and a miss. Still sucking away. I'm sucking away and just interrupting my own sentence. Either way, the point stands, the Galio dies. And I fumbled my sentence, much like Charlotte fumbles the TP blade. It all comes together in the end.
This is exactly what Ultra Prime wanted. It's taken a while for them to pull the trigger on this, to pull a global into the lane of the Yorick is huge. You do see the ultimate from the Poppy, disengaging mid lane importantly. So Egen even gets some time alone hit. He could take this full turret, by the way. There's no globals left for OMG. There's a teleport coming through. And that'll save them. So that is the last remaining global, pardon me, as Harry will go down to respond to that. But Egen gets online.
Marco being engaged onto here. The quickness comes on down. Flash away from Xiaoxia, keeps him alive. 2-shot barrage buffers through some of the potential turnaround CC. Doesn't necessarily end up being required. Little engage there from Mon. Earns himself a flash off Xiaoxia. Will be the end of that.
Gold lead's almost even now. Top side of the map doing well for Ultra Prime. See that Ambessa can kind of struggle against the Vi too. And it's even a Serpent's Fang being built up for Egen first. Can help against Skarner. Of course, helps against the Repudiate and the Eclipse through from Harry as well. Which means that
shields, yeah.
Galio, I'm actually not sure it works on the... Not sure it works on the magic damage shield of Galio.
That's a good question, because is Serpent's Fang only white shields? I don't know.
Well, we'll maybe see something about that at this point. Charlotte has flash, might be forced to use it. No, we'll get out safely. But I seem to remember Rel doesn't break magic shields with her Q, so I don't know whether it's coded the same way. That's the one thing which gives me a bit of pause. It should do, I agree it should do, but I'm not sure it does.
Mid lane looking to try and threaten Moham. Sorry, the Herald comes on down and gets that mid tier 1. Xiaoxia steps on forward. The W comes on down. Harry's still there though. Redemption comes on through. Starry, he'll back up. Feathers are good, but he's dead. They turn it into a 1-for-1 as it stands. They're going to kill him. One of Wacko is now dead and gone. G-Gen sends a load of ghouls into the back line. Prism onto Beishang, who's still very tanky at this point. Damage a little bit absent right now for Ultra Prime. They get Starry. It does come at a pretty hefty cost.
Lose down their AD carry and their jungler. Saber, good combos through that. That's a lot of their spread from the spell flux onto multiple members, but they do lose the fight. And they lose themselves their mid lane, had a turret some way throughout this play as well. Ultra Prime used the Realm Warp for that, using a bunch of summoners. Ultra Prime, bit of a reality check when it comes to the 5v5, that even if they do kill that Zyra, it will often come a great cost. Xiaoxia tries to use the minion taxi to get that quick pop-up from the ult. Great flash ult from Jun Hao. That's what saves this fight. That doesn't come through. I'm pretty sure the Starry just wipes him, especially with the ult and the flash. Can't get himself a great disengage play. I think after he loses that amount of HP, he realizes, let's just not use the flash. I can't flash back into the Yorick who died. So really, Junhao saving the play with a great engage.
Right over to Harry and Charlotte as well. The end of all public execution with a flash ball from Charlotte to make sure that Wacko couldn't arcane chip out of it. Then he got blasted without an inability to use any of his summoners there. So really good stuff on that one. Problem is, of course, we've still got to deal with the fact that this Yorick is going to be pretty difficult to match from the side. And at this point, no boots, of course. Doesn't feel the need to use them right now. Trying to become a side lane menace, as we know that Yoriks can become. Gold lead, though, once again expands as a result of that play in mid lane. The turret, the kills, all feel pretty good there for OMG nonetheless.
Yeah, so EGN, we'll see when he gets to walk. Well, he hasn't got himself some new boots yet. He's going bad foot. Grippers for free.
In this economy?
In this economy. It's interesting decisions made there by EGN. Dragon spawning soon.
He's got dogs out, he's got cats out. He's not even running with me.
Katzen draußen. Again, on top side, getting 1v2'd right now. Junhao over the wall.
Getting very low here. Doesn't have a lot of HP to work with the public execution. Might have been just white flash regardless. A little bit afraid with his ability to keep dashing on forward. So to some of the losers, the maid stays alive.
Surprised that Junhao didn't hop over the wall and look to ult someone. I do think you win a 2v2 like that. You'd be afraid of rotations coming up. They didn't have the best vision in topside jungle. Mo now going down towards bot side. They try and go for a long wrap around onto Rise. He should be out safely as well.
Shuffles around. The body block off with the dragon spawning. Looks like Ultra Prime having already committed a fair amount of resource towards the top side of the map for that shove. Side against looking to contest this dragon and its stance. Are going to come into the jungle though. Try and find their blue buff. Oh well. Momentarily caught out there. Doesn't turn into anything. Instead, turns into blue buff secure. Attic Khan though is a different match entirely. OMG on it. Burn this one down. I'm going to have to try and force their way through bot side river. I have an idea that it's happened.
Here they are getting shredded by this. Helper coming in from the Yorick. URL used for vision. That's a great ult.
Knocks the Skarner away. They can look into contact. Moment of big quickness in. Harry, big ult. Trying to find the angle as they get the gun entrance. Back down to 1200 HP and they can smite it away regardless. What looked like a wonderful keeper's verdict will not be enough.
They shine.
Looking for an angle. Can't quite find it. Potentially there. Gets through the prison. Wacko. Oh! Get caught. Tries for the flash and pale and misses. Xiaoxu will probably die as a result of this and goes down. They can't find what they're looking for. Driven back. Wacko flashes away from the public execution. Caught just wide. OMG frontline threatening and not landing as aggressively as it might have done.
Messy fight around the Atacon. Hang on a second. He's just jumped over that. Ultra Prime, do they see themselves a way to play around this? No, they use that realm walk a little bit less efficiently than I would have liked before. This Junhao does have the ult. Does have flash coming up. Be able to spot a couple of these recalls coming through. Be over the wall. Do they go for engage? Junhao's trying to just harass the retreat here a little bit.
Tier 2 being low here as well. If they can just keep people waiting, stop some of these retreats, you can be quite threatening here. Especially if you can start, say, allowing this Yorick to get a shove in mid lane. They have to be delayed a fairly significant amount of time on that reset now.
I'll see what that leads to. I think there are a couple of mistakes made here by Ultra Prime on the engage. This is a great pop ult. That should be your go zone. The fact that the Vi Q gets very little done here as well is a big problem by Junhao. I think that Vi Q could have done a lot more. That first cooldown, especially for a jungler with a lot of gold on them, it's a bit of a problem. They don't get to use the Shred at the Atacon, kind of aggroing onto OMG for such a long time, and the damage it would cause onto them. And then, of course, the Flash Impale. That missing, that's the big turning point of this fight. That had landed, easy fight, everyone walks away. Well, no one gets to walk away from that for free from Ultra Prime after that.
Slightly lucky, I think, it's a little later in the game, because that would have been a potentially very dead Skarner if we had an extra item on a couple members. That said, though, Saber now has the fully stacked Roa and Seraphs. Wacko with the Transformer Romana. Some of these big item breakpoints for Ultra Prime coming online. Only 2 or so thousand gold behind, so certainly not out of this. Yes, some objectives are missing. The Atacon, the Dragons, the Grubs. There are still good things for OMG, and it's why we're seeing the statistical advantage going their way. It's not, however, out of reach, and that can get a little bit scary. The picture we can see Tier 2 being traded potentially for Tier 2. And there's even with the Grubs, it feels like this Yorick is split pushing away and sends all those Grubs. Not Grubs, the Ghouls. I keep calling them Grubs because they look a little bit like the Mites.
The Mites, yeah.
They yell more.
They do a little bit of that.
And these ones go meow.
Oh, they do. Yeah, true. I don't have audio on. You've got the headphones on. But
angry cat noises.
I have to say, when it comes to why is he casting the auto attack on that? Huh. When it comes to like that kind of like ghoulish zombie-like sounds, I think there are two that stand out for me. There's like that zombie yell from Call of Duty. That's like top tier. And then the best one is like the flood screeches from Halo. That stuff is chilling. That stuff's great. I think that the clickers from The Last of Us have a pretty unique sound. That's like unique though. I wouldn't call that more of a typical zombie sound. Those are the two I'd put that though. The COD zombies and then Halo Flood. They're like my top tier zombie-like sounds. Yeah.
On the COD zombies one, you know it's based on the Rev from Avenged Sevenfold. That's where.
You know what? That makes a lot of sense because I remember listening to
Critical Acclaim is the one.
Critical Acclaim.
That is absolutely where it comes from. It's actually a deliberate thing from Avenged Sevenfold, but that's a big kick off there onto Egen, who will be screaming a little bit like that in rage as he's ganked his first death of the game. And look at the tier 2 here as they teleport towards the other side to try and stop Rise.
Goes into that bot side turret, inner turret taken. Rise not be able to get much on this other side, and basically throughout most of this game, Ultron has struggled to deal with the clumped up unit of OMG. And OMG playing for nothing but pride now. They have mathematically been locked into bottom 2 of Group Nirvana. For those of you that don't know what that means, this is their last series of the year. They're playing for pride, but they've been separated out in this bot side. Starry and Moam, no teammates coming.
The teleport and Harry, but nothing from this Galio. Tried to buy up for their way through with quicknesses and feather storms. The keeper's ready to go. Why the feather's not in range? Starry is down. Moam will surely fall afterwards. And they claim the bot lane. Flash from Moam, trying to buy some time. But to what end? We've got a dragon in 16 seconds and you're not going to have your bot lane around.
Moam's going to be able to delay a long time, though. The fact that he spends this much time dying means that you don't get a clean push with that wave coming through. Saber will be able to push up with that, but the wave has been delayed by about, 10, 15 seconds, which is important when the dragon is alive now, and Saber maybe just a little bit behind the map. But a lot of this comes from Moam delaying.
Danger. He's still pretty tanky, has the Zhonya's, doesn't have the Seraph top either, so it's a lot safer, I think, than perhaps he might otherwise have been. Loses that Zhonya's cooldown because it is only the arm guard, so only the one activation available until that completion comes on through. The second dragon secured, and it gives Ultra Prime time. And that is what they were looking for. Let's have a look at this one as Junhao just walks his way down behind everybody.
Had a sweeper on at first. What happens after this then? I guess he doesn't walk over by control. Ward using that Q to move around the map quicker. And then there's the Monster Energy Blast come. On the Chemtech Rift, which helps with that. Q over the wall, full CC, tries to get some heal, does Moam, can't stop the ult coming through, and that's just, 2/3 of the HP down immediately just from Vi. Junhao has been such a key player for Ultra Prime whenever they've achieved anything in the LPL. This split.
Don't ever say it's over. Starry walking. See? Walking down the bot lane.
Yeah. Has Lil Nas X done much since that album?
I don't follow Lil Nas that much.
Yeah, me neither. Montero was fun. Like, it was everywhere for a little while.
It was very good, to be fair. Yeah. Okay, so, gold lead, still there for OMG. About 1,500 gold. No, still 2. We'll round it up.
Yeah.
You've got 3 items on Zaya. You've got an arm guard on the Galio. Life's okay here. The problem is, this is not being a clean snowball. Still trying to go into Wacko. Took a little bit of doing, but they do get a lot of CC. And Wacko absolutely chained into the ground.
Has still got his flash, had the cleanse, didn't matter, just dies so unceremoniously then. That'll open up the Baron for OMG. That's a big swing in the game.
Junhao still on second flank angle. They burned a lot there. Much like this, really. It's only the quickness they really burned in terms of big cooldowns. He's still trying to play this 4v5, maybe forced to. Junhao on a flank angle is going to be spotted out this time by that ward. Last year dropped. Saber also looking to wrap around and join the team. Keeper's verdict knocks the starter away, but that's towards Junhao. Not sure how helpful that actually is to Grassy, but then public execution lands on the Egen, who's going to be a little bit threatened here. Golden goes Saber, has got that completion on the Zonies, but they killed off 2. Poppy and Jorik both gone. Realm Warp out, and that has to be Baron now for OMG.
It's a complete retreat from Ultra Prime, and they can't deal with the grouped up unit of OMG. Ultra Prime needed to find ways to play the map a little wider, not give value over to that side. This game was always going to be difficult when Xiaoxia and Wacko gave that double kill over to the bot lane of OMG that early into the game. We were worried that it was going to run this game, and sadly, I think it has done. Ultra Prime, they're behind in the top lane matchup. The only person who's ahead in gold is Junhao and the Vi. And look, as much as I like Junhao, and when he's ahead of the game, this is not a win condition having the jungle advantage in this kind of comp.
No, at least you've got 3 items on the rise. Yorick is still doing fine here in terms of the item breakpoint. So here's a look at Wacko here, who's going to hop away, try and get out to safety. Just gets caught by the quickness into the grand entrance. Slammed into the wall. I think you just had to flash there, mate. I'm not going to lie. A little bit greedy. Thought the quickness was about to time out. In fairness, it was about to. But about is not actually run out. Means that Wacko dies again. Wait, I'm not sure he should have. Gives another opening on in, and the gold lead expands to a much more notable margin.
So, Junhao will spot it. Be spotted out. He has enough Q cooldown. He'll be fine, right? Yeah, he'll be okay. Beicheng. Heading towards him, but can't shut down. Very mobile Vi. One of the reasons why Vi, I think, has remained in the pro play is that she's very good at kind of scouting out areas of the map and getting into and out of positions for free, kind of hopping over walls into brushes, getting in across the map a little quicker than other people, especially once they get punched that cooldown reduction, kind of max rank that Q. Saber trying to wave clear out through bot side, but there's no map presence from Ultra Prime. They're meant to be a split push squad, but they have no split push.
Difficult too at this point with the Baron. The turret's going down. There's the inhibitor turret broken. Looking for the inhibitor afterwards. GA for the Vi might give them a little bit more license to really hard send it. Can burn the full combo on the Vi while she's in GA. I'm not less happy about having used your Skarner ult and Galio ult and the likes. Has always been something of a breakpoint when you've gone for these shotgun defense comms. Junhao on a flank again.
Starry has flash barrier and ult. Junhao, does he have any vision onto him? No. Blue Trinket will spot out that 2 Beicheng trying to get over the wall, and will do, man. Just find that fight. I don't think he wins the 1v1, by the way. He's been a little careful there.
Might secure the camp.
Stuns to him, gets him close towards that level 16. Makes Junhao lose a little bit of turns that value as well. OMG, are they still over pushing though? I don't know. I think they actually might be over pushing here. They're going for the engage.
Again to the backside. It's another combo onto Wacko. He's got flash again. When will you use the summoner spell?
Not today, and probably not in this game at least. Junhao was looking for a flank, and he's just not here to defend the base. He's in the flank now, but I just don't think it's going to matter.
Drive on forwards again. Shaoxia goes forwards with the keeper's ready, but it's still an impale onto Saber, who finally has his Sarah spot. To the backline we go. There's the GA broken. There's Eugen. Does get brought up. The Geo comes on down. Harry's still desperately scary though. Rune Prism's in. Cease and desist in the backline. Onto Starry, just about to survive. 7% HP, but Harry does not give a flying damn. An OMG. After that bot lane 2v2 kill, a Shaoxia full sends it. It all snowballs out of control, and OMG will bring us to 3. They will not go quietly 0-2 into the long, long LPL night.
OMG, in potentially their last series ever, bring us to 3, playing for nothing but pride. We'll go to 3 games here. Ultra Prime will get themselves blue side for that last game of the series, and we have ourselves a bit of a longer series.
Does mean we're a little delayed getting towards AL versus Top Esports, but somehow I can't bring myself to care too much. It's nice to have that opportunity to send off OMG in style if they win this now. I mean, those statements we said about Ultra Prime and them being a little anti-clutch,
that's been a lot of the identity of that team, sadly, for them. Right, so I probably can't stick around for the next game now, just because I don't want to, I don't want to toy with being late
that
for
would be
stuff.
bad.
It would be pretty bad.
Would be bad, yes.
Coming towards 1 o'clock, my call time's a little past 2, and I thought maybe let's not toy with it.
That's fine. I've got you from here.
So Sam will be taking the reins for the rest of the day solo. Thank you so much for doing that, Sam. Of course, big shout out to Sam Initialise. Couldn't do this without him. We run this channel together basically at this point, and we bring you as much LPL as possible. Of course, with the LPL not having an official broadcast, we'll just do the regular spiel again. It's very important for there to be a consistent broadcast presence that is following the team's analysis, their stories, and that applies to all of our teams, the top teams and the bottom ones, because sometimes top teams can become bottom teams and bottom teams can become top teams unexpectedly, or players move between them. So, I'll be on LEC later. I'll be on desk all day today, so you'll catch me on the analytics desk before, after, and between games. And yeah, I'll be over there. Multi-region specialist.
Spiel. Subscribe to Twitch. All I'm gonna say. Do it. Use your Prime subs here. It's a great idea. You missed the Golden Kappa hype train, yes? We had Golden Kappas in general.
I used it. I was
Did
using
you?
it in other channels, yeah.
Oh, there you go.
In fact, I believe we still have the Golden Kappa. Yeah, for now. Yeah, we actually do have Golden Kappas in Twitch from that hype train. So
It's only people who did the giftings. So, you know, those of you who were there and use your gift subs, you earned yourself a Golden Kappa. It's very exciting. I really need a lead.
You go do
so
that.
I'm going to go get a lead. I shall return in short order.
Ah, yeah, sorry. I need to probably go put cameras back on. Hello. How you doing, everyone? Say that right. I just felt like I needed to say something. So yeah, going to game 3. I won't be around to stick around for this one. I do need to put some adverts on, so I'm going to do that now. That's only on Twitch, and YouTube doesn't apply to you. And yeah. Oh, thank you so much for the sub, Tosspot, by the way. That's a hell of a name. Sorry, I completely zoned out for a second there. Probably means that I do need to go rest my brain before LEC as well. AL also have the super random Tabe buff. Yeah, Tabe kind of came in after AL was already starting to accrue some really big members. They brought in... Who's our MVP? Moam gets our MVP. He was pretty good on that Rakan, in fairness. Damn, is that his first one this year? It's his first MVP! In OMG's last series, potentially of the year, Moam gets himself his first MVP of the split. Who would I have given it to? I actually think Harry played really well, on the whole. Yeah, OMG have been a talent factory, but sadly not been able to really capitalize on that. Okay, all 8 votes towards him. Did play very well. We're gonna lose this series. It would be an ultra fun classic. All right, we'll put some words on stream on. All right, so if you're on Twitch, you just type in chat and you can contribute to us. Doing, I don't know, word games. The final alt E flash from Starry was nice. Yeah, he did very well. I do think that. I mean, I think it had to be one of the bot lanes. They turn the game around, then it's just your choice out of that, right? Team. Nice of that. Perm. Should be perm. Perm should be a thing. Party. Yeah. There's a party without the P. That is a word. So there's a couple of extra T starting for the words. Presumably a couple of M's.
OPPO Find X8 系列夜景人像神器，夜拍超清晰人像 MVP。
TCL X11H 领耀 QD Mini LED 电视，纯净画质，细节尽显，细腻光影。丰富影像细节，典藏级影像体验。TCL 红冠战马，更受中国电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，更受年轻人喜欢的中国能量饮料。中国电竞。
I mean, the thing is, were the deaths from Starry's fault, or were they Junhao playing well? Because I actually think it was Junhao playing well on the whole. Oh, they have a different loading screen now for Spirit Blossom. That's cool. Nice, perfect. Let's go. I've done one of those. Ooh, latent's a good word. Ah, talent. You gotta go. Event. Teal, damn. I'm really getting through these. Am I locked out? No, I'm not. Is Telly not a... Huh, I'm surprised that Telly's not on there. Oh, there's no second E. I'm dead. Oh. Anti is on there, yeah, sure. Cool. I love lean. They are in alphabetical order, which does help. Latte, damn, I just had one of them. Was really hoping for a 2-0 so I could watch AL versus Top Esports before Vitality Falcons at CS2. Ah, that sucks. Damn, it kind of sucks when there's... It's kind of... It's suffering from saturation, right? Where there's so many different esports going on most of the time now that you can always watch something, but it's also like... Damn, what do I watch, you know? Not a word. Almost all of them, nice, good job. No second E. Nice up. Do one more. Could do one more for the next Champs League comes through. Probably. Lent is rare. No, that's just a different way of conjugating lean, right? Oh, one of the letters is fake. So it's probably one of the... It'll be one of the E's is fake, I think. Is it? No, it's not. Why is beef not in there then? Unless F is. B or F, I guess. Okay, so it's not... Oh, it's not F. So B is false, I think. Yeah, B is false. Oh, we've already got sex, damn. T's is in like plural of T. Oh, we already have T's. God damn it. Feces should be a word. Yeah, it is though. Nice, good job. Alright, we passed the level. That's good. Alright, you guys are gonna have to remind Sam to play the game and break if you'd like to. Or if there are Crabton Hero, that's a great name by the way, thanks for the follow. We've had some classic names. Reverend Backshots. Crabton Hero. Those are some names, man. Hey, well, I mean, Sam's using my setup to stream on this, you know, so it's like it's slightly less familiar. I'm not gonna rag on him. Nice, perfect level. Nice, good job. Your banana from YouTube. Oh, cool. Nice. Oh, that's where you get... That makes sense, because you can play it on here. Okay, so I don't think we'll have time for another round of this. On this one. Sam's taking his break. We've run adverts. We should be. Okay. You're definitely helping, Neko. Alrighty. I'm gonna get ready to head off, folks. What is an F? F is in the letter F, but the phonetic sound of it, and then an S for plural, so it's Fs. It's in like multiple letter Fs.
What's this for?
In break, you can run this.
Ah. So how are you bringing that up, by the way? What's the source you're using?
Basically, I'm just using as a window capture, and then basically I just use this to minimize it so it doesn't appear on this scene. Gotcha. It's only on this scene, and I tend to overlap it with like the break.
That's super fine. Yeah, I'm with that. What's the source in OBS?
Window capture 7.
Gotcha.
Window capture 7, so it is at the top there. Also, Sam, if you do want to like make certain things, so you can scroll down to. I know this is like a little bit down here, but if you go towards the bottom, there's the camera if you want to turn that off or anything like that. Gotcha. on this scene, and then of course on the other one, I don't actually know whether, because I've seen you like not necessarily bring this up sometimes. Social side slideshows.
I just forget about that.
Yeah, it's just like later into draft, like I take it off just because it does hide fearless bans for games 2 and 3, which is a bit of a pain, and also hides the blue side top lane on jungle's name.
Yes.
Okay. Ads have been ran.
Fabulous. Oh, we got an extra sub. How nice.
Yes, it has. Yeah, I've just saying we've had some classic names followers. We've had Reverend Backshots and Crapton Hero.
That's fantastic.
Crapton Hero is Banana Slapper on YouTube.
I know Banana Slappers, but he's a regular. It's just a wonderful name.
Okay, right, I'm going to head off, folks, so enjoy the rest of the stream. I'll be tuning in on my own.
Why bananas? Why are you slapping them?
And I'll leave Sam to do this. Which seat would you rather sit in, Sam?
That's a good question. You know what? I'm going to sit in the Ari chair.
You can do
Don't get that option very often.
Yeah. Okay, you enjoy that, Sam.
I will do. Wait. Hello, chat. How we all doing? 07 towards Alex. Al does like a recline in his chair, it has to be said. Are you sure you want the answer to that, Sam? No? As an ADC enthusiast, would you give it to Starry, but there was a few fumbles. Yeah. Who ended up getting it, by the way? MVP?
His mom.
Okay. He was, in fact, very good.
He's very good.
I think the one around the Atacama, we got that really clutch flash WR engage to prevent the steal on the Atacama after the double knock away by the Poppy. Felt very good.
I will leave you folks. See you in a bit, folks.
Enjoy LEC. That means it's me you left with. Sucks to be you, doesn't it? One more game to go. One more game till top esports AL. Ah, Crapton Heroes Banana from YouTube. My name comes from DXC cartoon, if you ever watched it. I don't know if I have. Oh, so good to see you, Optional. Up till 6 AM writing my research paper. Oh, well, happy to provide some entertainment while you are doing some late night graft. Been there before. I used to write all my essays last minute. It was absolutely appalling. Still got a distinction on my masters somehow. I really shouldn't have. There was some last minute graft that probably should have been done earlier, but hey, there we go. Getting to be the last week of the semester, so it's that time. Yep. Originally, when I made my LoL account, I wanted to be like Banana Slammer, but it was taken, so I put in P's. Back in season 1. Oh my days, an OG League player. An OG League player, there you go. Bands coming through. Ultra Prime getting rid of that Annie. It's a Charlotte special, just get rid of it. UP got a blue side draft. Nico, Yone. You already had the Yumi game. And the Rumble. Neferi was up though. Neferi gets slammed first pick. Jun Hao has done pretty unspeakable things on that champion. Not entirely surprised to see that one disappear. Varus Lilia trades out though, and those are two very high priority picks. Jace though might come on through. Got a lot of power picks still up and available apparently. Can't do the Gwen. That one has already been locked. Some fun hovers, but that's what they are. Saber has already played a little bit of Zed here in the LPL. Don't be misled into thinking it's just Zeka or Knight from yesterday. Saber's been a big proponent of some of those more fun options too. The Jace locked in. Marco is a Draven player. A rough time in the lane the last time around. I'm not sure it was really his fault, really, after Shauship pulled that obscene attempt onto Moam that cost them the lane and probably the game in the grand scheme of things. Yes, it was only one pebble in the road to an avalanche of disaster, but still, that was the first one, and it was an important one, make no mistake about it. But the Jhin locked in. There's the range and poke, and a bit of follow-up on the Neferi dive. Very AD heavy, But I look at the other side, and if you're going for a double AD carry and a Lilia, it's not exactly full tank there, is it? You can get a Zhonya's, obviously, on the Lilia, so you can build some armor. But yeah, I'm not exactly seeing a Mal fight. You can get away with the full AD options. Still, double AD carry and Lilia. Your damage is in. Your scaling is good. Solid enough poke between bowling balls and piercing arrows, even if it's not going to be Jace Jhin. Victor band. There is a lacking AP component to Ultra Prime right now. Victor zone control. Really valuable in terms of helping set up for that Jason Jhin. Jhin, I think, deceptively good at the zone control anyway, between the Captive Audience and the Deadly Flourishes, and or obviously the ultimate as well. Ornn band. Need to get rid of some of those big tank front lines. The Scion already used. Ornn, I think, the other semi-regular tank we see out of the top lane right now. Oppie's gone as well. Aurora really has fallen off the wagon in terms of the priority, but be a good AP option. Can be a good threatening burst combo with something like that Neferi. Decent dive buddy. The Renekton. Blind pick Bruiser. What's up and available? Aatrox? Nah. K'Sante. We're really going there. Been a long time since K'Sante has been high priority here in the LPL relative to this year anyway. The split one, when lane swaps were a thing, the value K'Sante at a lane swap was very, very high. Get a lot of value despite not having any CS or anything like that. Just press W, guys. These days, when you are forced into lanes, you can definitely draft against it a lot more regularly. The things like the Gwens, the Nars, the Rumbles that really do take K'Sante to task can be problematic. Is it an Akali angle? Oh, yes, it is. Oh, yes, it is. All right, Saber. It's one of his specialties. The Rel as well. Okay. Some dive buddies to go with that Neferi. Kali jumping on forwards, trying to pick off some of those key AD carries with that Rel. And that Neferi. Bit of follow-up from the Jhin and the Jace. The skirmishing is good. The poke is good. Not the most amount of CC, it has to be said. A lot of target access between the various ranged poke options and the dive combos of your Neferi and Akali. Not a lot of CC to do it, but if you can get on top of someone, you will stay there. 280 carries and a Lilia do not enjoy running away from a Neferi and an Akali and a Rel all at once. Alistair, there's your front line, and if you can play front to back and make sure those scary flankers are warded off, unknown quantities, you have got tools to set up a front line to try and keep those key carries safe. High execution level for Ultra Prime, though it is comfort, I would say, for Junhao and Saber. So for all the execution threshold is a little high, you've got the tools to pick apart defenses of OMG. OMG, it's a lot more simplistic, a lot more straightforward. Alistair and K'Sante stand in the front line. Try to pounce on that Neferi and Akali before they can cause too much pressure. They've got their own abilities to be tricky to lock down, don't get me wrong. The Call of the Pack, the Twilight Shroud, notoriously frustrating to try and play against. Fun drafts. We're going to get some skirmishing, I think. Two relatively one-sided games. We get a decider. OMG. It's a swan song for them. Potentially their last ever game in the LPL. Can they make it a win? True salute on the way out. For one final time, we head to the Rift. Once again, no Gyos, so Ultra Prime, a nod to you. With the potential finality of this game for OMG. And again, nothing is fully locked in yet, but you just have that feeling, don't you? And the rumours swirling. Get you nervous. OMG, Gyro. Again, for potentially that final time. Brief scuffle between our junglers there. Bit of trading at the level 1 there. It'll be the grass build from the Jacers. Feel like we've seen a lot more of that into the tanks. It became a bit of that tech to try and manage things like Cassante, actually. It felt like sometimes you just get outstatted. See if it's the Black Cleaver build. Good, level 1. Starts with the W. Just to get more autos out. Misses the first CS, well, the second CS there. Oops. Bot side, Shellship. Level 1 crash down. Starry, cues the wave, not Wacko. Am I going to be making Pac-Man references to this game? God, yes. Oh, John Howe on the early invade level 2. Looking for the smite fight, gets it. Red buff stolen. The Raptors, Krugs, red buff like pathing is more defensive. Stops you getting caught on that red buff at lower HP or on those Raptors at a scary point. Does mean you can end up losing those fights regardless. John Howe will go back towards his own Raptors. Probably do Raptors, Krugs into his own red. See whether he wants to look at a bot side scuttle fight. Can do. See what the priority is. Has got shove in bot side, so should have the additional man advantage even if Tristana can roam. Tristana Akali is a matchup we saw quite a lot of over the last couple of years. Fell off the radar a little bit with some of the changes to Tristana in particular and some of those items to try and take some of the more oppressive AD carries out of mid lane on a regular basis. Ignoring the red buff, interestingly. Looking to play towards that topside scuttle crab. There are strictly more camps up. All John Howe to secure. Ha! Beishank going to look to try and trade this one out. Throw a swell seed over. Realise there's no Krugs there, but we'll have a red buff. So, in the end of it all, ends up being a traded camp, it's a more efficient path than Beishank. Not sure about that one from John Howe. I think he could have gotten the red buff and then laid that initial scuttle crab takes topside. Saber. Joker flips forwards. John Howe knows the pathing was a little bit greedy. He will note with Beishank heading across the map that his own red buff has been nabbed. Still got to get the respawn on these wolves. It'll be a relatively even trade account in the grand scheme. Jace, solid lead here for you, Jim. Nice Shuriken flip, Charlotte. Hits with the electrocute after, but does still get the fully charged, explosive charged. Down and exploding. When was the last time Fizz was picked? Who knows? Probably somewhere in BCS. The top tip in a hot minute. The problem with something like Fizz is you do seed mid lane control really hard. When lane priority has been the name of pro play for a long time, particularly things like mid lane. Things like the Akali have ways to threaten with it. Not the easiest. Still, maybe. Fun skirmisher. Twist mid, which was Cassante feels prehistoric, but it really wasn't that long ago. No, it wasn't. But there's been so many LPL games like from since then that it does feel that way. It's just the relentless pace of LPL. Saber went looking for Charlotte, who hops away. Xiaoxia was around as well. Early lane, a bit of a wash. The Varus getting a lead against the Jhin. Does sometimes happen with Jhins. You sort of end up dropping 10 CS if you don't find good CC chains. Will likely stabilize at this point. Still, another good early lane from Starry. Jhin though, very happy in this lane. Early Cobb looking to stack his way forward. Got the tier early, so we'll go for Muramana at some point. Flash away from the W, was afraid of the all-out and should have been. Flash earned. Q3 misses, and so Jhin steps on forward there into the sky, gets a nice W trade afterwards. Hypercharge comes on down. Dark and Dagger's landed. That means Charlotte gets a pair of dogs running after him. John House should be able to claim this dragon as Charlotte went looking and did not enjoy eating a lot more damage. We'll have to go clean that wave up. Saber. Be down a little bit of CS in mid lane, but nothing crazy notable. Again, you are into a range B melee matchup, so sometimes you just end up dropping half a wave or so. Fizz is hot garbage. Only way he gets value in low solo queue, he can get stupid value when he one-shot carries. Yeah, basically, that's the issue. You're a decent side laner. You skirmish well, but your wave clear is abhorrent, your early lane is abhorrent, you don't have the scaling value of something like a Kassadin. You're not as safe for something like the Fizz win, not the Fizz, as the Zed when you wave clear. So many lasers from Rich Tomato. What even is that, mate? Is that Shroud? Should have adopted a jungle like they did with Neferi. I mean, Fizz jungle was a thing for a little bit. What is damage to monsters is on the Sea Stone Trident. I think it's got quite enough AoE, even with the I call it the Troll Pop. It's almost like the Trickster or whatever it is. Play for Trickster. The only thing that Fearless has done is absolutely remove the incentive to learn counter picks. We've actually ended up with the same amount of champion diversity as we had without Fearless, for the record. We are still looking at the same amount of champion diversity. It hasn't changed champion diversity, which I think people were expecting, but no, statistically it hasn't. Basically because people haven't bothered learning counter picks to priority mids, to priority blind picks. For all we got a lot of Azir Corki, nobody's bothered learning the counter picks into those champions because there's no need. You only have to play against it once. So we end up just rotating through the same 6 champions, just in slightly different orders. Late game best of 5s? Maybe. But I do think it's a bit of a shame that some of our more creative players aren't getting value out of the fact that they can just have counter picks. Counter pick value is very, very low these days, especially learning your niche once. Which I do think is an unfortunate trade-off with Fearless. I wanted more Fiora, damn it. I wanted more Camille, damn it. The thing is, we're still going to get Corki Azir. We're still going to get Lucian, Nami, Zerayumi. It's not really stopping that. At least until you hit, like, game 4. Waiting for my Aphelios game. One day, one day. Yeah, Aphelios feels a bit of a weird spot right now. Dropping Gale Force really hurt him. He loved that item dearly. Doesn't quite have the same crazy 2-item spikes that kept him in the game before. It's just not safe enough at the minute with depending on your item rotations. maybe if we get some more enchants back in meta, we might be an option. Waiting for my Teemo game, says Burfon. You might be waiting a while on that one. Play season 1, I don't have a main. Damn. Variety gamer over here. Xiaoshu and Moam trade out. Moam gets that control wall down. Starry flashing away. Mr. Chains of Corruption. Eugen with that wonderful bait. Gets the solo kill. Oh, Starry thought he was alone. He was not. The reset wasn't there. Eugen pounces. This Jace could be a problem. Should get the reset off here. Calculated. The Black Cleaver makes sense early on. Into the Cassante, who will be stacking armor. Felt like the best way for Jace to get value into your tanks. It became a bit of a meta option when we were in last split, where Cassante was more of a regular choice. John Howe backs, gets the Eclipse. Won't need a Black Cleaver necessarily this game with the Jace having it. So might be able to go towards Shojin second. Sneaky was a great NA player of Aphelios. Yeah, he was. I think you're our best Aphelios players were. Yon pretty solid. Xiaoshu goes engaging. Waka goes for Deadly Flurry Cap. Get that card. No one will pop. That Unbreakable will. You can break his body, but you can never break his spirit! Lilting Lullaby comes across a few. Saber flashing away. Maybe forced to R2 out of the back of the pit and will do so. Joshua looking for the engage, and there was just way more members of OMG around. Jace, top side, doesn't want to teleport, doesn't have the ability to. So sending Harry to that play means that Eugen's going to get a lot of plates here. Won't get the full turret in terms of the plate, but will get first turret all the same. But this Jace is now 2.2k ahead, a little bit over-eager playing for that. I think they expected someone to come and contest Eugen, and they didn't. And so Xiaoshu goes in and goes, oh god, there's a Cassante here too. What a disaster. But poor Dark does some good Aphelios combos, has to be said, I agree. I don't think who the other NA great goats on Aphelios were. Double Left was a decent Aphelios. Who else was good? Danny was more of the Jinx side of things. Yorn was a good Aphelios. FBI was alright. I feel like I'm probably forgetting someone here. Sven is a solid Aphelios. This Jace is going to be very scary. Forgetting Tosspot. Yeah, absolutely Tosspot. You're right. You're the real Aphelios go. I should have known. Charlotte should get this turret. Jace backing away from it. Big Tosspot fan. Absolutely. John Hart picks up the Heralds. No contest on that one. Grubs for a split. OMG got 2 of them though, so they got the objective marker. Hey! Thank you, Mac. Appreciate you with that sub. 6-month sub. Not a long-term mod. Pays Aphelios, another great. Yeah. I was thinking NA Aphelios specifically. Well, Eugen needs to be a bit wary here. If that Swell Seed lands, Lilting Lullaby, I think he's in trouble here. Watch out, Eve. John Howe comes around, though. Rocket jump away as the Explosive Charge came on down. Eugen, though, does have Flash now back up and available. Will be able to teleport back to this lane if he wants to come contest this. Splash over the turret, not quite enough. Does he want to TP back in? Yes, he does. Can't quite complete that Muramana as a result of all of that drama. Still back here to claim the wave. Besham got himself the early Leandries here. Fiendish Codex. Lily is in a pretty good spot this game. It's been a pretty quiet one, hasn't it? Soldier Pipe up a fair amount of gold, and a lot of that is on this Jace, which obviously has gotten that solo kill. Had a really good time in the lane versus the Cassante. I feel like it's hard to find good Grandmaster Challenger ADC content. The best players don't stream it, really. Yeah, I think, especially because you can't duo queue, if you're going to play AD carry at that level, you really need to lock in. Yeah. Saber. It's on forwards. Rocket Belt. Let's do some chunk onto Charlotte. Herald was dropped bot and the turret claimed as a result. Dragon spawning in 30 seconds. Perry gonna have to deal with this wave and this Herald, so be late to any plays there. Full wards down in the lane to start spawning out some of that vision. The last Dragon fight did not go well for Ultra Pride. Junhao slowed down. Good W. We'll still get hit by that Swell Seed. Gen stepping up towards that bot lane. Avoids the blooming blows, potentially looking for an accelerated shock blast. Accelerates his own body instead to get out of range of another Swirl Seed. Dragging up. OMG. Brute force their way into River Well. Looking like a very dead dragon, and OMG going to be granted it. That's their win con. We said their front to back was a lot simpler. The side lanes a little bit trickier. Jace and the Akali can be pretty difficult to manage. The Akali can have a lot of kill threat onto the Tristana if the Tristana mismanages the jump. That turret's dead. Visual bug. And the Jace will be absolutely terrifying here. Junhao into the enemy jungle with the rest of the squad, looking for some potential angles. Red buff was secured there by Beishang with the snipe. Little note as well from Apostate, is it? I want it. Apostates. Had to get that one correct. Berserker is a good shout out for really good NA fellas. I think that's fair because I mean Berserker found a lot of his tier 1 debut on Cloud9 out there. Trying to think whether he played a lot of fellas. Yeah, that's probably true. I think Zeri was the other one that people went, God damn, this guy is really, really, really good on this champion. Some of those hyper carries were very much his specialty. ADC in Pro versus ADC in solo queue, very different. Oh god, yeah, you know. ADC in solo queue, be a Samira player, be a Neela player. Give yourself some agency. In Pro, your Jins and Zayas and Kaisers. Mix of that utility and hyper carry, really. We are seeing a little bit of things like the Lucian pop back up now and then, aren't we? Need to come back. Junhao throws out some Dark and Daggers. Sends Moam bleeding. Has picked up that Black Cleaver by the by. Wants the additional shred. Xiaoxia. Potential danger here as he's hit by the Swell Seed and the Blooming Blows. Need to actually remember, I forgot to turn on the social slideshow. There we go, that's more like it. Do yourself over dinner, watch Berserker on DNF, now it's a sad state of their heads. Yeah, I've heard. Get my boy a team. For a game that I thought was going to have a fair amount of skirmishing, it's really not had it, has it? Lilia Jace Kali. No one really willing to pull the trigger. Ultra Prime with a solid gold lead, but they have felt like they don't want to 5v5. I understand why. I say that. They're actually looking for an interrupt here. Won't look for it. Goes to pick up the wave instead. 2 minutes on the next dragon would be sole point for OMG, and that is a win con. One item I don't miss is Feral Flare. That item was very silly. Two items largely getting completed across the board here. Not quite the Shadow Flame for the Akali. Not quite the Infinity Edge for the Tristana. 2 for the AD carries. 2 for the Jace. 2 for the junglers. And Jace with that Muramana transformation from the Black Cleaver is real scary right now. Yeah, the DNF top side is pretty miserable. I agree. Minotaur Dragon. OMG are the ones in the river first. Some good wards here from Ultra Prime. In fact, let's just spot out a couple of those wards that we can see. Actually, we go for the Atakan. Alright. No wards on this one. It's dark here. Dark here. It's dark here. They get that in there, but that's going to be a bit late, I think. Pull off the Atakan. With this banana bush control also very valuable. Here, potential teleport angle, but the best teleport flank is in terms of CC. The Akali probably the best of the bunch. Skunk Crab Photo from 1 by Ultra Prime. Charlotte on a potential flank angle, but going to be hit by the Dark and Dagger, so can't stick around and put too many autos out. Junhao can put in those Dark and Daggers. That's on to Harry, who has that Black Cleaver stack immediately against him. No control over that banana bush, and no one really wants to step forward and put one in. Dragon started, sole point for OMG if they can claim it. Saber looking for a blast cone into the backline, Junhao into the pit. Shot blast beginning to be fired out, down to 6,000 HP. Charlotte's Joy, having cleared out the mid lane wave, hops out of the pit. Farsight alteration, double blast cone in, looking for the deadly flourish. Down to 2k HP, and Junhao isn't there! And so soul point secured! Ultra Prime look lost. Lilting Lullaby comes on down, flash away from Shower. She survives. Charlotte, when looking, can't quite find it. Shot blast land. Junhao looking for an angle. And now the Tristana's in danger. Forced to pass the shot away. And dies. Junhao on the other side in a 1v3, keeping people busy, keeping people accountable. The Dark and Daggers keep going on in second. Stop for charge of the art. The public execution comes in and flash away is not enough. And that gives the Hound's Pursuit reset. If they want it. What happened there? Didn't quite go landing where I was expecting it. Beishang now in danger. Forced to flash. Does so. Soul point secured and Ultra Prime finally find a fight. But it comes at the cost of the soul point. Can they turn for anything else? Baron, Atakan? No. Resets. Frustration. Summoners and kills, but no objectives. That could haunt them in 4 minutes. Your eyes on that dragon. Let's have a look at it again. Junhao feels zoned out, can't get anywhere near it. They try to steal with the Jin up. And they're going to get that Lilting Lullaby. It lands on 2. They see where Xiaoxia is, and Charlotte goes looking, but he's already gone a bit deep. Can't find the Rel, and then in comes Yichem, and they go, oh, that's a lot of damage. Problem is, he only busts the shots 1 out, and a flash R from Saber means that one dies, and Junhao's been playing 1v4, dancing around, pulls the Hound's Pursuit, and Starry gets whacked. Does actually escape him. It's Moam who ends up flashing into the bush and doesn't really find a way to survive. Ultra Prime missed that much poke as well with a pretty fair chase. A little bit disappointing, I agree. And that's what they get for having very limited vision control in the river. Mid lane tier 1 being up and available. Very valuable for keeping Starry safe as well. Gold lead, again, is good for Ultra Prime. It is not, however, sole point. It is not, however, a 5v5 team comp. You managed to get 2 turrets this game. Congratulations. You need to get more. Carly's getting scarier. Really starts running some of these backline members a bit more freely. Jung Hao, also at 2.5 items, is no slouch either. The Fairy. Looking to throw out some more daggers. Eviscerates over the wall. Deadly Flourish lands. Not that much more. Atakan was threatened by Ultra Prime. Lilting Lullaby on 2. Dash across the way. Waka will cleanse. No Lilting Lullaby, but that summoner down is pretty big. It also means that Ultra Prime are not in mid lane and not defending that turret. Awkward from there. That mid tier 1 is gone. Knock up onto Jung Hao, who all of the pack forced to flash afterwards. Down to 20% HP. Yeesh. Not pretty at all. Can they turn to Baron after that? I think they can. Jung Hao just had to flash. HP's not good either. And they're the ones who can start pulling people around. A minute till Mountain Soul. Baron's up as well. That gold lead will mean very little in the face of a Baron buff. OMG. Can you win the series? Well, you don't go out entirely winless. Shoji jump for Jace. There's a potential win comp. It's always going to be a relatively hard comp to execute. Lots of individual agency, but no direct go buttons. Outside of Xiaoxi with a really big flash ult. Can look to go in with the chase. Fury and Akali actually more rapidly, but not always the easiest. Dragon started. Flip it. Oh boy, here we go. Soul fight. Where is that Lilia? He's in the pit. Doesn't get it. Stolen. Was a flip. Perry now stepping on forward with the Pathmaker. Can't find the Q3 either. And Tofo strikes go wide. Splits the uprights. Dragon secured. I'll try and breathe a sigh of relief. We're going for a fairly long distance this time around, guys. Crisis averted for another 4 minutes. Baron now up. Ultra Prime can get that. Feels a bit better again. Jin at 3 items. Beginning to become a bit scarier himself. Get an Infinity Edge for. There's a lot of squishy members who will not enjoy the crit scaling on the Jin. Is it LCK? Somehow it feels like it, doesn't it? Very slow state of affairs. Maybe I need to start asking about ice cream flavors. That's what seems to be the trick, right? Baron. Next point of contention. One would assume anyway, but both teams been a little bit leery of really threatening around it. 3 items for Tristana. On guard in for Beishang. Big moments there. You've got the 3rd item done for the Neferi. He's gone for the Edge of Night. A bit harder to get picked off themselves. A little helpful into things like the Lily as well. Seizing the Chains of Corruption. More ability to threaten and stand forwards. Here we go. Baron started. Saying, OMG, come on. Come fight us. Go down relatively fast here. Neferi pretty good at spamming through these with the dogs and the Darkened Daggers. Really get all that much value there. Did they even get a teleport? No. Well, damage check. Passable. 2.5 minutes till the next dragon. We go again on that one. Charlotte. Flask comes over. Oh no, Charlotte. Hit with the Shuriken flip. Bust a shot away as well. Ooh, that was Charlotte's web. Caught on one of her own. Saber. Shuriken flips there. Rocket Ball to try and claim that cannon minion, can't quite. Baron started again. Beishang. Control ward in the back of the pit. Lands a Swirl Seal on the Egen. Won't pull the floating trigger until now. There's the Lilting Lullaby. Chains of Corruption. Onto the Jace. Spot spreading. Eugen's all of the gold lead. Flashes away. He's burning. He's gone. Turn around though. Looking pretty nasty. Hairy. Low. So's Moab. That's the Hound's Pursuit reset. They'll kill off well as the back end of it all though. They've lost their top and support and trade for just Moab. Beishang feeling empowered to start stepping on forwards. You've got 1.5 minutes on Soul and you just lost some really, really key members. Single target Lilting Lullabies are sometimes very valuable. They weren't 10 onto Baron though. Don't feel confident enough for that. And that might be OMG's downfall in its own right. Starry forced to cleanse. TP's coming on in. We're going again. Flash. Saber goes in with a perfect execution. Starry's gone. Still got an R2 to work with. Shuriken flip back towards that Twilight. Tried Wacko now slowed. Won't get jumped on. Starry's dead for 45. Dragon and Baron's up. Oh, OMG. You've done all the hard work. Saber says absolutely fucking not. TP, Flash are nowhere for Starry to go there. Brutalized by the Akali, and on to Baron we go with the man disadvantage. TP back in, looking to turn. Beishang, Harry, there trying to play frontline. Blooming blows onto Xiao. She's now in danger. He's crashed down, so he needs to mount back up. A legendary crash out perhaps coming. Wacko a half as well. Beishang threatening. Blooming blows get that one. You just killed Starry. You're fumbling it all. Flash away from Wacko. Deadly Flurry's landing. Saber looking for an angle, but does not have the angle quite yet. Now into the backline. Looking for what Beishang goes golden, buying some time. And Saber can really threaten here. Can't quite get the kills. Headbutted out of the perfect execution. Gets rocket jumped on. And Charlotte claims the Akali. How? Moab, what a headbutt. What a headbutt. Solo Laner's dead again, and Baron will be OMGs. Beishang survived the 4th shot, survived the R2. Man, take your hat off. That headbutt was brutal. Hopefully we get a replay, because I thought Saber was about to break their ankles. Done it just moments before onto Starry. That can't have been a buster shot, I don't think. Keep an eye again. Let's have a look again. They had the man advantage. They tried to jump Moab, fumble it. Now they're caught on the wrong side of the pit. Still on the Baron, still tag gift damage. Xiao Shu just gets run down. They pull off the Baron, but Egen and Wacko are down and they no HP. Charlotte gets to hop on forward. Xiao Shu's going to die here in short order, and then Wacko needs to flash. Egen split off, gets headbutt, pulverized off the flash. He goes down as well. Now Saber's on the angle here. Goes looking. Beishang survives back towards Soul, secured by OMG alongside Baron. That's got to be the breakpoint. They've got the gold lead as well. Ultra Prime critical failures in the last minute or so. Some good plays out of people like Moam, don't get me wrong, but the decision-making around objectives has not been it for Ultra Prime. And a team we have criticized for being anti-clutch continues to be so. They'll pick up a Constellation Atacama, but OMG know that people aren't now in the base to come defend, and they can look with Mountain Solar and Baron to start breaking Nexus turrets. One down. Won't shove for the next quite yet. Swell Seed fishing, looking to find a big one. Headbutt out from Saber, who went rocket belting forwards. Still got that perfect execution, threatening with 3 items. Void Staffed and the Sorcerer's Shoes upgrade might be enough to break through the fairly heavy amount of resists now. Half a Nexus turret between OMG and Victory. Egen engaged onto, flashes away, lilting Lullaby, jumped on down! Saber to the backside, he's 10% HP, and here he's gone all out! They've done it! OMG! In the swan song! Find victory! Their final series, possibly ever in the LPL, will not be defeat. One of the long-term greats. Bow out with a win. It's important that somehow, isn't it? It is a failure of a split. It has to be called that. It is a diminishing of a once great organization that we may never see again. But they do get a final hurrah, a final bow, final something to celebrate. Legendary players have come through those doors. Don't get me wrong, this team has struggled a lot ever since the kind of breaking apart of the 2023 roster that saw some revival for the organization. They do not go quietly into the night. GG to him. OMG finally have a win. Does that allow us to complete the Nirvana Circle of Suck? We'll check it out later. Well, well, well. It'll be a weird time to see this team disappear. OMG have been here for a very, very long time. Think about the players that have gone through that roster. Or that organization. Perennial world attendees. At some points considered potentially the best team in the world. The team that took a game off that terrifying SKT roster in Season 3 that won once. Then, of course, there was that game where there was the insane Elise shove through mid lane. One of the best bits of macro move I've ever seen from SKT. And OMG were on the recipient of that. Was shell-shocking. There you go. They will be missed. Of course, it's not a done deal, but the writing feels like it's on the wall, doesn't it? Alright, guys. Bit of a spiel before I disappear for a quick bio break. Hi, I'm Initialise. Nymaera is at LEC today, so it's just me for the second series in this last game of this one. Early leads from the likes of Yegem were not capitalized on well, and we said, look, if it just comes down to 5v5s, the front line and double carry plus Lilia backline feels a lot easier to play. It is just front to backs, and it turns out it was. Execution threshold a bit much for Ultra Prime in this one. But yes. We are streaming here, the LPL, pretty much every day of the week here on Nymaera's Twitch channel, the YouTube. It's on over on Anivia's YouTube channel as well. That's a big one. Oh, LPL Gold Graph, how I love you so. Absolutely whole ocean. the whole ocean, by the way. That's a lot of water in chat right now. Tears of OMG fans. We had our funeral cast the other day. That was good fun, wasn't it? But there we go. Quick heads up, guys. If you have enjoyed this broadcast, please do consider following, liking, commenting. All those usual things help supporters, particularly on the YouTube channels. The likes make a huge difference in terms of discoverability. Please do that. Makes a big deal. For those of you on Twitch, if you're an Amazon Prime user, consider dropping the Prime sub here. It does make a huge deal in terms of our ability to keep doing what we're doing. If you've got that ability to drop for £5 or whatever, consider it. Gig ticket, consider it. Paying for that cool piece of art. There is no official broadcast anymore, so it's all run off community support and love. So for those of you who do have that ability, this is a great place to consider spending that sub. It really, really does make a massive difference to our ability to do this effectively professionally. We do this every day of the week. So for those of you who have that capability, it is hugely appreciated here. So a quick shill on that front. You have got to do the ad read. Doing the ad read, it does allow you to avoid the ads in Twitch chat if you sub there. So there's that thought process. Guys, I'm going to turn the camera off while I run away to the bathroom. Do give me a heads up on who that MVP will be. A quick heads up to Franyo. Basically, what's happening? So, I've got a question over in Nivea's chat. Okay, so, yo, out of the loop, what's happening with OMG? Basically, the stories are going that LPL is looking to downsize next year. So, we'll be losing 2 teams. Likely, it'll be teams that are dropping out from summer here. Because basically, the bottom 2 teams of Nirvana will not be playing in summer. So the rumors are, as it stands, especially because there's the stories of financial difficulties for the organizations, OMG and RNG might be leaving the LPL, and they're not going to get replaced. We're just going to have 2 less teams, which would be pretty scary. So there you go. Keep our eyes on it. That's that one. So that's the story, basically, as we're downsizing the LPL, so the legend goes. And that means... What a headbutt. Oh! What a headbutt! Moa! Woo. Uncle Sam, do we get the iPad? I will bring it up. Know what? Fine. Where are you? You see that? Can you see that? No, you can't. Where is it? That the one? No. Where is it? Oh no, that's the wrong one. That's me. Oh, it is here. I got it on this one. There we go. Right, I found it. There we go. Let's continue. All right, words on stream, guys. I'll leave you to it. Ready? You remember you can join? Go have some fun with this one. We're waiting. Boop. There we go. Figured it out. Here's our MVP. Ooh. Oh, no, it's gone. Need to turn that back up. There we go. Player of the game. Nice work. Good win from him on the Lily at base lane. Did work. Oh, I'm running away to the bathroom. Bringing my team out with me.
好的，欢迎来到我们的赛后采访，我是主持人宝宝。再次恭喜 OMG 拿下今天的胜利。为大家采访到的是 OMG 的下路选手 Starry， 跟大家打声招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 OMG 的 AD Starry。
恭喜你们，听到大家对你们的鼓励的掌声了吗？也是拿下这个赛段的首胜，非常不容易。其实这场胜利可以说是虽迟但到了，我相信对于选手们来说也是期盼已久了。现在是什么心情呢？
现在就是非常开心，非常激动吧。
今天算是最后一舞了，所以想知道在赛前教练组有对你们嘱咐什么吗？
教练组其实也说了，就今天可能是最后一舞了，然后就明年我们可能都不在一个队伍了，然后就说让我们就是打出自己的风采吧。
我觉得其实非常难得的是，虽然说今天最后一场，并且在第一局先是一局的情况下 ，OMG 并没有放弃，也没有放松警惕啊。第二局一上来，你们下路2人组就打出了优势，打出了压制。你和 Mohamed 是怎么在前期配合的呢？
其实就是做到自己应该做的吧。我们就是觉得我们下路对线能打好吧，然后我们也搭档了很久了，都是有默契的。
确实默契是有的。Mohamed 在第二局也是全票当选了 MVP， 你怎么评价他今天的表现呢？
今天他打得也非常好吧，很冷静。
很冷静，我觉得可能站在你们的角度啊，第二局比较恼火的是对方的这个打野位多次的绕后，也是造成了一些麻烦。你们后来是怎么化解的呢？
其实就是对方打野的位玩的也特别好吧，然后我们就是尽量做视野，然后看到他之后就分一个人去找他，找到他之后其实就很好打。
那个分出队友来盯防一下子，也是放高了一个警惕啊。来到决胜局，我们会发现双方这个节奏整个放缓了很多，25分钟场上才触发了战斗先机。在多次的双方拉扯之后，你们最后是怎么找到破局点的呢？
就我觉得其实前面也有很多机会吧，但是就是决胜局我们都太想赢了，所以就是拖了很久才找到机会。我们就通过打每一个资源，然后前面慢慢运营来找到机会吧。
可能最关键的一波就是那波34分钟大龙团了，能不能给我们细聊一下？后来是拿下大龙，又拿下土龙魂。
就是打完之前，其实我跟悲伤已经沟通好了，就是说只要他先能大到一个，然后我控到一个就能杀，然后他就跟他说让他看情况，然后最后一波他找到那个杰斯的机会，然后把杰斯杀掉了，就后面就打赢了。
确实在最后的时刻仍然是保持冷静啊。其实今年对于 OMG 来说也是不太容易的一年，确实是相信对于选手们来说也是心存遗憾的。想问到 Starry， 下次再见面时，你希望给大家看到一支什么样的 OMG 和 Starry 呢？
我希望能给大家展现出就是我自己的水平吧，然后就是能做到一个带队大哥这种形象吧，然后就是每一场都能带领队友拿下胜利吧。
期待你们的成长了。其实 OMG 作为我们联盟初期就建立的老牌战队，也是拥有一大批元老粉丝们在不离不弃的支持着你们。今天算是 LPL 的最后一场采访，也跟粉丝们说点什么吧。
就是我知道今年的结果可能就是大家都不满意吧，但是真的很感谢那些就是在比赛输了也一直鼓励我们的粉丝吧。我知道就是 OMG 有很多喜欢我们好几年的粉丝吧，就我想先跟他们说就对不起吧，就今年确实没有发挥好，然后明年的话我们会就是能做到我们一切能做到的，然后争取展现一个新的面貌给你们，不辜负你们。
我们再次把掌声送给 OMG 好吗？相信你们，也期待你们能够卷土重来，涅槃重生。谢谢 Starry。那么接下来的时间也来关注一下我们今天本场比赛的赛后采访，我们的 Spotlight。
我们都在，看赵信。
还没闪。
我们在，不要怕。
火力。
小扛一下，可以了。nice。
来一波吗？这样。
继续推啦，先继续推。
我可以慢慢来的，感觉可以。
先推。
我去给中路 buff， 我给中路 buff。
你去。
没事。你们这边自己慢点，我给中路 buff。
大路线来了。这边小我可以踩。
我在侧面看。
慢慢打他。
到了，我到了。
泽力开大了。
看一下。没看过。
能卡吗？
泽力。一下。
推打。
没线了。
踩打，
一波下路总可以走下路吧，快点。
慢慢回转，
点塔一波了，一波。
我7秒 W，全被锤走啊！
这个没锤了，10秒还有。
老走，
在我们后面，喂。
OK，我知道，喂后面。A 打就行。
看捕捉吗？看捕捉没？喂，没上。好，杀位。喂，
有吗？哎，我被锤走了，
没弹到，你有意吗？
我7万，
我靠，慢点，看位，先把位杀了，
位死了，点哪？
一波。nice。不行，慢点。好点啊！我
慢点，
我们 W。
顶一下，我觉得还行，下波可以，不用走，
下波莫汉，顶一下莫汉，下波。
OK。
那个瑞尔闪现吗？
我去顶。OK， 我 WQ。
瑞尔闪现有吗？没闪，他 X 闪，他没闪。
雷如闪，我去找瑞尔，
莫汉顶前面。
OK。
我可以抱塔，
可以。
别站一起，
这一次吗？
点哪？
这
瓦克利了，
不得胜。
阿里，
进嘛，
点哪？nice。
Alright, beautiful souls, how are we doing? Do we hit continue again? We do. How long have we got until the next series? It's got to be pretty close, isn't it? Do we have time for another round? Go on. Don't do words. Gotcha. Understood. He's changed the title as well, don't I? OMG vs Ultra Prime has died. Yeah, that's the one. Can't believe Lily lived like that. Yes, moments. Mama Amber has spoken. Yes, she has. Yeah, she has. Right, let me go put my tea on, so I may have sustenance in the form of hydration. A sensation that's sweeping the nation. don't have pre-roll on. Uh-oh. I forgot to run some ads. That's a problem. Let's do it. Right. Sorry, I'm going to have to run some ads late here. I do apologise. You want to avoid the ads, sub? It's that easy. Does that mean we have to jump on Amber's head? Amber's like, please refrain from doing that. Very fair. Oh my god, Mecha!
Nymaera again.
Thank you so much! Mecha Fanboy with the 50 gifts up. Ah! My goat!
Nymaera again with just some.
He's looking after all of us. Welcome to the community, guys. Few new chatters from today getting involved immediately.
Nymaera again with just some gold.
I see Apostasits getting one of those subs. You got lucky there. Sorta. That's hilarious.
Nymaera again with just.
We'll leave this run for a little bit, then I'll probably turn the alert volume down. If I can find which one it is.
Nymaera again with just some gold content. Nymaera again with just some gold content.
欢迎来到我们的赛前采访，我是主持人宝宝。首先欢迎 AL 的 Tarzan 先给大家打声招呼。
大家好，我是 Tarzan。
来到第2轮跟滔博的交手了。其实，这一场的看点无疑是2名同样是节奏型打猎的一个博弈了。你怎么看待今天跟这个卡纳比的一个交手呢？
卡纳比选手的话，最近状态挺好的吧，然后感觉我们2个最近的风格感觉差不多吧，就。今天打的时候也去大家就多注意一点就行。
那这个赛段总体来说 ，AL 的表现是既强势又稳定的。Tarzan，你会觉得在第2轮冲刺的时候，队伍需要在哪些方面更加精进一点呢？
就我们打第1轮的时候输了2场嘛，然后输的时候也是我们就都学到东西了，然后就第2阶段就第2轮的时候就。我们团队上和就每个人做好自己的就行。
好的，那我们接下来也是赛场上见真章了，也谢谢 Tarzan。好的，接下来欢迎滔博的369跟大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是滔博36369。
哇，滔博目前在我们的组内赛已经是豪取7连胜了，气势如虹。看到昨天九哥回到基地还玩会儿乒乓球是吗？状态很放松。你会觉得队伍有这么好的竞技状态，原因出于哪些呢？
我觉得可能就是我们都比较团结吧，然后训练也都比较努力。
团队很有凝聚力啊。那今天对阵的 AL， 其实在今年的交手当中都是各有胜负的，你们双方。我们目前积分榜第1和第2名的交手，也相信很有看点了。九哥要不要跟我们预测一下今天比赛？你会觉得在哪个赛事阶段以及哪个位置打得更焦灼一点呢？
我自己的话，我就觉得我上路要玩得好一点吧，就把各方面对线包括团战都要做得更好一点。
好，那我们就是期待值拉满了，一起期待一下接下来双方的表现了。也谢谢369。
Any interesting statements there? Tracy Stanley says he likes solo leveling and his favorite movie is Toy Story. That's really cute. Yo, here they come.
欢迎来到2025英雄联盟职业联赛第2赛段。
Top Esports versus Anyone's Legends, 2 of our very best teams in the league. I think Top Esports are, once again, our favourites. It's not been an easy road there, though. I think this has been a bit of an odd split for the LPL. I look at us compared to, say, Genjis or HLEs over in LCK, and you go, oh god. And I don't think that thought has changed quite yet. We'll see what playoffs does to our team. We've seen some big shifts. BLG haven't changed junglers. There were stories that certain players only bought a couple pairs of underwear. I thought we were going to get eliminated nearly immediately from BLG, which is pretty damn ridiculous.
Tarzan, 中单 Shanks.
Here comes the big one since Hans Christian. Absolutely.
辅助 Kill. 接下来让我们欢迎 Top Esports。上单369，打野 Kanavi， 中单 Cream， 下路 Jackie Love， 辅助 Chris。LPL 第2赛段常规赛组内赛第5周第7日的第2场对决，由 AL 对阵Toppo战队即将开始。LPL 无畏进巅峰。
Here we go, 1v1 inbound. This one should be interesting. Anyone's Legend at points this year, we were wondering whether they might be the heir apparent to the league. These days, I think that veneer has worn off a little. If we're talking solo leveling Captain Hero, it's wish fulfillment. It's very pretty wish fulfillment, but it is straight wish fulfillment. There's a very entertaining value in terms of like well animated series and stuff. But that's what it is. Into our 1v1. Shanks v Jackie Love. Alright. Mid v bot. Shanks has honestly been pretty good this year. There was some rumors about where would this guy end up. Kind of like has been good for a while, but had that stint on WE where it felt like it was him against the world in some ways, and now on AL has been one of the most consistent mids we've had, especially as people like Knight have been on struggling teams, and our Xiaohus have struggled to carry. You know, Angel in our top group. Had our conversations about the fact that Scout took a little while to come online. Shanks really has been, I think, arguably one of our top 3 mids this year, especially considering consistency. People like Rookie, very inconsistent. People like Cream, at points, kind of inconsistent. Double Jace? Oh, okay. I'm in. I'm in. Buckle up, folks. We've got a fun one. Shanks does play Jace. Jackie Love is an AD carry player, so, you know, in theory, not so much of a Jace player. Still waiting to get onto, I was about to say the rift, it's the bridge. Hello, Howling Abyss. Same summoners. Same keystone. Same items. Hell, they've even got the summoners on the same spells for the skies. Traded both ways. Conqueror a little bit late on one side. Jackie Love. Barrier's late. Shank's still got his to work with. Gets the auto. He's got the making aggro. Does. Holy moly. Shanks. It's not a knife he's wielding, but a hammer will do just fine. Well, if you're going to come into his house, play his champion, you better be ready to duel. And unfortunately, that ain't no Seto Kaiba. Jackie Love gets humbled there. Reset comes on through, and that is a very different looking inventory, isn't it? Just watching Limbani grift for subs in chat. My go, my go. Good to see you, Limbani. The money does go to me. I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining. I'm absolutely not. It was just ask and ye shall receive, my friends. Oh. Jackie's in so much danger. To the skies we go once more. Conqueror's double stack. Thundering blow. And a shock blast takes the head off Jackie Love. Some grins on the coach's faces there. Stone cold killer in the mid lane. 6 months tier 1 to Limbani as well. He ain't leaving. Mecha fanboy. Better be a thanks in chat for that one. Hashtag never stop begging my coat Limbani. There we go. Well, 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 well. I'm throwing this much love at chat, Ale. Don't you let me down, Mecha. For your sake, I hope they turn up. It's a good start. It's a good 1v1. Right, my tea's been brewing in the kitchen. Mecha fanboy Jayo. Yeah, we could. Maybe we need a Mecha fanboy Jayo emote. If actually, I've got something I need to do. I've got something I need to do in the next break while Alex isn't here. Chat. I've got a new emote that we're gonna mess with Alex with, and he's not gonna know. He's not gonna know. It's gonna be wonderful. It's fine even if they don't show up. Flandre playing well again is enough in my books. Yeah, that's gotta help. Flandre's had some weird games, hasn't he? Right, I need to leave. They've got draft coming. I need to get that cup of tea. Oh, do we have to draft? Oh, do we have to draft? There's no leaving. I'm not leaving. Anyone's agent on the blue side earned by virtue of winning that 1v1. Top Esports played the additional series. Help. 8-2. So drop that additional series, but pretty close to the damn standings. This is a top of the table clash. Buckle up, folks. This should be a fun one. Ari, Gwen, Lucian ban. Jackie Love. And pretty rampant on the Lucian just the other day. Overstepped a little in the later stages. Oh, we can add that. That's a fun one. That's just excellent. Neferi first pick. Rumble up. Galio banned. Giving 369 Rumble. And a Skarner. I'm just going to put that out there. Or crispy chicken skewers are up and available as a combo. Skarner sticks him on the rotisserie. Rumble barbecues him to perfection. That's the combo. Is Kanavi feeling it? Don't have to Skarner here. Just going to go for the Vi instead. Feels like we've seen a fair amount of that into the Neferi. Neferi obviously can immune the ult. Still feels like one of those AD skirmishes can at least trade dive for dive. Who played the 1v1 on Wish Champs? It was Jackie Love and Shanks in a Jace mirror match. And Shanks annihilated Jackie Love. They didn't even get to level 4. Back-to-back solo kills. Let's go Shanks, he smashed it. Varus locked. Did get through draft. One of those very potent champions that seems to be banned perennially here in the LPL. A little bit more target banned this time around. Things like that Lucian of the Ari. A little bit more angled at our opposition. With the Talia banned, Azir raises in somewhat priority. Talia matchup kind of sucks at the minute for the Azir. Gonna trade it out with a Cream special, perhaps, of the Silas. Macedonian Phalanx. Up and available. Pike v Pike warfare. Debating a Jace instead. It's a good pairing with the Rumble and the Vi. There's your artillery pieces for the Vi engage. Vi is your spotter. And the mortar pieces can lay down the ult straight after. It was the Azir, of course, for Shanks. Got themselves a good front to back already. The Neferi, a little bit of a different state of affairs. More of a skirmisher, more of a backline dive threat. You can mess with things like the Rumble and the Jhin pretty well with that Neferi. Can't run fast enough away from the doggo. Poppy ban. Interesting they're banning it. Wondered whether Chris might want to play it. Yone ban is a Cream special. Not bad into the Azir. Akali might be an option here as well, considering it's Cream, as with the Silas. Sion, big frontline option taken off the board. Does feel like the premier tank right now. Do points betting? Yeah, I can set that up. I can get Gambit. Oh, thank you, Amber. Amber, gonna set up the Gambit. Thank you very much. We can get it sorted though, Limbani. Absolutely a valid shout out, especially for this matchup. Is it an Aurora angle? Really has fallen off in terms of priority here. At one point was really permabandor picked. Still gonna be locked in. It's a good pairing with the Vi. You will always be able to hit the target Vi ults just by pressing R. It's a big AoE. Okay into the Azir. You can sort of manage the shove by pressing R yourself. Ornn, last big remaining tank option. The Jace is up. Jace gets this far through. And Bessa too. Some fun hovers here. Ornn would be more of a front-to-back team fighter. There you go. CC's in. Not a great matchup into the Rumble. You're going to get shoved in, but if you can get the team fights, the Ornn Horn is a tough time. Do you have to Braum now? Because otherwise, I think it's going to be a pretty rapid Braum lock, no? Suppose you can Rel. Not necessarily the best option for Braums in terms of your melee synergies and all the rest of it, but really nice into the Ornn. Alistair for the better front line. Good dive pairing with the Vi. Rel, similar concept, bit more AoE. Shreds resist for the equalizer and the curtain call. So, top esports. Big AoE wombo combo. Vi ults, Rel ults. Everyone else presses R on the target that has been marked for death. AL, a bit more front to back. The Azir, the Varus. Following up as longer range backline carries with the Leona and Ornn setting up. In theory, the fly in the ointment there. Looking to counter-engage into some of those backline pieces. Bit of setup there with Chains of Corruption, then the Leona. Try and play that one out. Alright, I'm gonna run and get my cup of tea. And we are going to get ready for our first game of Anyone's Legend versus Top Esports, our top 2 teams in the league. Ready and raring to go. If anyone was going to be able to bring down Top Esports on a regular basis, maybe it would be Anyone's Legend. Fumbled a little bit in recent weeks, but AL, series behind with a slightly better win rate. At least it does a game score. Gets interesting, doesn't it? Brace for it. Let me get that tea. I will leave you in the capable hands of the crowd. Well, I am sure they will be yelling oh so loudly for this matchup. Gyro's completed. This just truly is anyone's league to win. All it needs is a legend. Anyone's Legend. League of Legends. League of Legends. Anyone's Legend. How do you always have these copy passes to hand? He's just got the brain for it. Okay, it's level 1. A bit messy down here. Barrier pop. Jackie will cleanse. Hope burning out a little bit. Summoners down in even affairs, though Jackie and Chris should get level 2 despite the slight HP discrepancy. Piercing arrow onto Jackie. Chris misses the crash down. Deadly Flourish also wide. Good footsteps from Hope. One of Ari's Simpbooks. How do I get those points? It's just what Alex has decided to name his channel points because he's a degenerate. This is an interesting invade. Kanavi gets over, lands the denting blows alongside that blast shield, gets the Conqueror stack. Tarzan not having fun, back away, engage on the bot side, big chunk onto Jackie Love, left low, flashing out to safety. Kanavi now looking to turn it around. Kyle has got the flash, will need to pop it himself. Well, that was messy. Flash off Jackie, flash off Kyle. Kanavi going to leave here, run through mid, eat an auto, throws down a decent chunk onto Shanks though. Cream will have to potentially eat a weirding shotgun, won't. You go across the Veldy Cream to go see whether there was an angle there, couldn't quite find it. You get bonus channel points if you're watching. Ah. Or if you want to stream, flash from Flandre to get the Brittle prod. Burn onto Flandre, tries to get the kill, can't quite. Good reset from Kyle and Hope. It's early, level 2. And on goes Choo Choo, goes back home. Gets what he came for. AS Terrificase, good to see ya. 333. Yeah, that was unfortunate. He nearly had it. Knew he was dead anyway. I was like, well, maybe I can bring down Flandre with me. He was probably a tick or so off. Still early gold lead to an Ornn in this matchup is not what you want. Cream gets to level 6 early. Shank's not quite there yet. Going to be forced to flash. Nice from him. Flash on forward. Shattering Strike. Deadly Flourish. Kanavi left low, but not that low. Kyle will have his Aftershock and Eclipse timeout. That means the Leona in danger with no flash. In comes Flandre with the ult from downtime. Double knockup. Kanavi in danger. Gets the blast shield. Flashing away from Cream, just about stays alive. Oh my day. Top esports. The bleed from Tarzan makes it a 1-for-1. That was a fun fight. Enjoyed that one. Where does it leave us? Tarzan with an early kill. Important. Actually up 10 CS here as well. Kanavi has a couple camps, so shouldn't be too far behind. We'll see Tarzan gets kind of caught out here, and they try to jump on him. The Leona kind of getting in the way, make this interesting. And they blow up the Leona. There's no flash, no clips, no ult. Oh no, Aftershock up. And then over the wall goes Tarzan. And Kanavi gets hit by the ult. And then Tarzan doesn't quite get the kill on Kanavi, who thinks he'll be okay with the blast shield, but then there's just enough bleed to be brought low. Done all the hard work. Scrubs in 40 seconds, now spawned to 8 minutes. Am I going to be in Copenhagen? Should be. Should be, yes. There's a couple logistical things to work out, because I may have some other things happening that weekend, so we shall see. But theoretically, I'll be in Copenhagen at least for the finals. Roddy Alts will be there in full force. You better be there. I'm really looking forward. It should be a good time. Congrats on that win over Nord. That was very entertaining. Or looking forward to that play game versus Nords. Nord bringing down LR as well makes things very interesting. They are in Copenhagen, yeah. They've sold really well as well, which is great news for the league. Hey, man. Straight broke a sneaky stream when I thought the bros were still busy. Sorry about that one. Sneak for stream. You've been Bulldog, mate. Sorry, yes, I did. Yes, I did. That was a fun matchup, actually. The Ballsack Derby. Even if they don't make it, we're going to be chanting, do we think of Bulldog? As you should be. What do we think of Bulldog? Lovely people, like the owners. No, nothing else you'd say there, right? Curtains are called. Shanks in danger. If Jackie could hit a shot. Well, lands 1 out of 3. Grubs went the way of top esports. Worth remembering that. Zoning, Jin. Exactly. Exactly. You get it. Looks like we're getting a burn build on the Aurora. Makes some sense. I think when she might end up having to lane into things like the Ornn a little later on. TP back on in. Means Kanavi won't stick around on the grubs, especially with Tarzan collapsing too. I think I'm at 1 out of 3 hitting. Or 1 out, what's going on? Or shot 3 hit. And then that was the only one that hit. I think that's where I was in my brain. Perhaps the phrasing was off. We'd only done 1 out of 3 at that time, because there was still 1 more shot to go. There was method to the madness. Or was the method just sheer madness? I mean, absolutely. Let's be real. Rumble being down gold to an Ornn is not great news, especially when the Ornn has a very early Hollow Radiance. I can't unhear Varus grunts after yesterday. I thought I did a good job. My future in voice acting is secured. Shanks will back away. Cream in danger here. Goes across the veil. Oh, good read. Nice work, Flandre. How long on the cooldowns do you have? We'll get the ult out of Cream. Weirding lands. Aurora's always been relatively good into tanks. Remember her passive does % HP damage, if I remember correctly. Double check whether that's changed around a bit. It's been a little while since I've looked at the 3-hit passive on Aurora. Spirit Abjuration, that's the one. Minute until Dragon. AL in the river already. Yeah, it does max health damage. That's right, % max health, which is nice. Which is scales on AP. So every 3rd hit, very good against tanks if you can go through some of those autos. Wait, Amber's Gambers are back and I missed it. Sorry, enjoying for the win. Amber delivered. The mental engine is Flandre's now. He's been playing really well. Gold leader's there for anyone's legend, but 400 gold is hardly a breaking point. Dragon about to spawn. Will be 2nd for anyone's legend. Get that one nice and early. I think we need some sort of Amber alert for the Gamba. Dragon up. TES on the reset now here. Jackie lost about 10% of his HP somewhere. One imagines to some Varus poke. There's a hot dog in the river. 369 trading with Flandre. Good burn. Doesn't quite get shunted back into that volcanic rupture. The Leandri's completion has given 369 a lot more potency in that matchup. Yeah, should be able to pick up this dragon with no contest. Nice for them. I think AL, when you're running an Orm, when you're running an Azir, will realistically want to get 2 items before they're really, really willing to commit to fights. That or 1 item spike for top esports in general between the double Leandries and the Vi on Sundered Sky. Not that Varus is exactly weak, but the Azir and the Orn need a little bit more time in the kitchen. With the free grubs, gonna set up here and try and get a bit of this turret. Weirding on forwards. Here comes the call of the Forge God. Choo-choo! And the wave is cleared. Tarzan looking to trade out objectives here with this Herald. Nash's 2. Threaten that turret, and 369 will do what Flandre did and use the ult to clear the wave, just on the other side of the map. No one at any of the breakpoints of feats of strength yet. Still need some kills, still need a turret, still need some objectives. 15 minutes in, it's been a pretty slow one again. Chains of Corruption. Hang on. Damage is absolutely lethal and crisp. Burnt to it. Resets on a ward. Hit by the Chains of Corruption and hope. Snaps it up. There's the feat of strength for Martial Mastery. Looking to engage now onto Flandre. 369's TP'd in. Picked up the first turret as well with the Herald, so the feats of strength are anyone's legend. AL getting Flandre to flash away. Should get burned down. Kanavi threatened on the other side, but they've just lost their top lane. That means there's no additional support from that end. 369 looking for a potential angle on in. Doesn't have the flash. Still a CC assist onto Kyle. The Leona in danger. Home flashing away from the Magnet Storm angle. Tarzan body blocking. Double shattering strike. Call of the pack to try and buy time. Kanavi will die, but has he done enough work? Has done. Tarzan eviscerating forward. Misses the Darking Daggers on the grid, but can still Hound's Pursuit. Gets a reset. Will die, but takes 2 with him. A 4 for 2 in the grand scheme of things. All the while, though, Shanks will get the tier 2. Aurora gets a tier 1. Try and play for this mid lane turret. The TPs come flying on through on Flandre with the... Sorry, Shanks actually TPs on in. We'll be able to secure this turret. Safety, well enough. That is an interesting state of affairs. So AL get better turrets. They get double turrets topside. They get the turret mid from the Heralds. They got the initial pick onto Crisp. Then that play bottom side happens. Tarzan sort of jumped on by Kanavi, who flashes away from the Shield of Daybreak. Jackie Love misses that Deadly Flourish. But they go, cool, we're going to murder the top lane, bottom side, and that gives them that initial man advantage. So jumping on in, Hope flashes away from the Magnet Storm. And with the 4v2, they think they can keep on chasing, and they can. But Hope buys enough time that he gets Kanavi. Tarzan gets to jump with the ult onto Crisp and get that too. Bot side, we come back to live, and Rumble is dead. Flandre tanks it up, and they get that additional kill. AL leading in the kills and the gold now. 2,000 gold, significant here at this point in the game. Map control beginning to fall very heavily in anyone's Legends favor. 2 kills on Tarzan now. It's in theory getting increasingly potent. Navi's Vi, normally lethal. A little bit behind this game is the primary trigger pull alongside Crisp. You've got the combo that earned top esports a lot of value back in spring. The Rumble and the Aurora alongside the Vial. Very easy to just say, screw you, Varus, screw you, is it. Lock him down inside the AoE Leandri's ult. Is Rumble a cat? Not sure what skin he's running. I don't think so. He's a Yordle, which is a small furry creature, so you know, somewhat cat-like in that regard. Aren't Yordles just cats with IQ? I hear your argument. Bipedal cat hamster thing. Flandre, no ult, no flash. And a Bellows Breath of the Dream is not enough to keep him alive for much longer. I say that. Takes a moment, finally falls. Navi will likely die here as trade, and will do so. That gives a House Pursuit reset. Tarzan won't use it. Turret stays. Equalizer and curtains are called. The AoE artillery pieces has overcome freezing. That's Vertible alive! Will die shortly on the back end of it and does so. Additional kill. Tarzan has to flash to get out of the Between Worlds. 2 for 2. Flash from Jackie Love to get on top of Tarzan. Eclipse Shield not enough. Jackie having none of it. Additional kill all the while though. Shanks with an Ashes Tooth says, cool, I'm going to play for a tier 2. 5-1 in turret. So that's despite being down Grubs. Messy skirmish that's slightly top esports favoured. Finally get another turret, but all the while Shanks isn't even there and gets another turret. Azir is just getting further and further ahead. Despite being 4 kills deep, it's a slight lead to the Varus. It's hilarious. Finally get another turret. Dragon's up to Trader though so far. Gale probably in better position to start this one up. Especially with the fact that top esports have next to no turrets. Dragon skilled. Gold lead is 2,000. Significant, considering where it is. In the jungle and in the mid lane. The Ornn Azir should be doing some mighty nasty scaling this game. We're hitting 2 item breakpoints pretty much evenly. The discrepancy is in the fact that there's an arm guard now on Shanks. Atakam being started. Call of the Forward Guard once again comes on through. The trains go flying across the view. Jackie Love isn't hit by it though. Kanavi though melted by Tarzan, who once again calls the hounds. Cream says, I'm not sure you want to do that, my friend. And turns it around. Flandre 1v3 not enjoying it. Atakan treading people out. Resetting. Kurt's now called. Looking for the weirding damage. It's blind. Still looking for shots. 4th onto Leona. Brings them down. 1 for 1. Kanavi down. That means no spite. Jackie Love. Anyone remember spring playoffs? This guy on 4 item Jhin was eviscerating everyone. It takes a little while. Once the Jhin has armor pen and enough crit to seriously threaten with not just the 4th shots, it really does become a very potent carry. Kanavi tagged by the Zenith Blade Solar Flare combo just about, and so gets bombed. Kyle though taken very low from it. Flandre ends up in a 1v3 as Tarzan went looking at Cream, and Cream says, I don't think you want that, and he really didn't. Then the problem is they get caught in the bush with all the Atakan treads. Hope has to flash away from the weirding. Kyle tagged by that shot. A little bit too greedy, a little bit too deep from AL. And they lose a couple kills. Still up in gold, still up in objectives. Have the feats of strength. Chainless crushes for the Azir will be valuable here, I think, into the Rumble and the Aurora, as his lane opponents in the side options. 2 minutes until next dragon. Atakan, not been taken. But the ornaments are starting to come on through. Ghostblade upgraded now for this Varus. Reminder, or question. The way ornaments work now is it upgrades every stat on the item, pretty much. Rather than just being a unique new item. Does Ghostblade upgrade give the Varus move speed? I actually don't know. Anyone know off the top of their head? Jackie Love nearly at an Infinity Edge. Every innate stat except crit, so I think so. There you go. That was my thinking. So potentially a very heads-up item upgrade there. Move speed in this game versus the likes of a Vi, Aurora, even the Rumble, without having to hit the active. Valuable here, I think. Here we go again. Minute until dragon would be sole point for anyone's legend. Atakan still up in the same area. A good fight around one probably leads to the other. Baron's also spawned. Heard the upgrade noise. Leandries. Now more potent for Shanks. That could be a significant break point. He did say we somewhat favoured the AL scaling. The range, the Ornn, the Azir. Shanks, though, used to be a little wary. They don't know they're in the bush. Kanavi waiting. The trap isn't sprung. Flandre now in his own tri-brush. Is he upgrading his own item? Building one. Chainlace crushes for him. Third item just got done by the Varus and the Azir. Full Zhonya's. Full Edge of Night. Infinity Edge, though, for Jhin. Jackie Love is going to hit like a truck to anyone not named Ornn. Dragon up. Anyone's legend in position in the river. Trying to make sure Top Esports will not find easy ingress. Kanavi just lose a third of his HP to what amounts to 2 autos from that Azir. Dragon. It's anyone's legend. Now, according to the wiki, only the AD gets increased. Okay, there you go. So no move speed on the Ghostblade. Still, one of the higher AD items. So there you go, gets upgraded. Here we go. Atakan under siege. Surely you don't give up both Top Esports. The answer was no. That line of control wards finally being cleared out, but there was a nasty old line basically straight the way up there of control wards. That one in there gets a bit trickier. That should have been a circle. Giving some vision over the Top Esports as creeps in there, threatening Flandre off. The problem is the AL have still managed to get into the river just fine. 369 looking to threaten with a potential equalizer. Gets a good one through the tree bush. Knock up onto Kreen though. Chris bled out, down to 2000 HP. It will be a smite by Tarzan's in there and gets it. What about the curtain call afterwards? Kyle trying to body block will immediately get eviscerated. Chris for the back end of it, all in danger. Cease, desist, blows up another. Azir down for the count. Tarzan finally gets his reset, but is it too little? Is it too late? They murder everyone. Atakan secured. But the curtain call on the Between Worlds value is way too high. Congratulations, you killed Rumble. It was not stopping the Jhin ult. It was not stopping the Aurora. Zhonya's be damned. The Azir falls. As does the Varus, and now Baron is the prize. Let's have a look at this one again. So initially, Top Esports forced off the Atakan by The solar flare by the call of the Forge Gods. Atakan's good, but the extraction, the exit from the play isn't enough. And Jackie gets a wonderful angle to curtain call. The Magna Storm at the back of it. The Between Worlds and the cease and desist mean Hope is in danger. Shanks is in danger. The key carries weren't threatened. Shadow Flame now done for the Rumble. Oof. Dark Seal is fully stacked for Cream. Death Cap completed. Ignores the Blighting Jewel completion. Ignores the Medjai's completion. Baron in as well. This Aurora deceptively strong now. What felt like a done deal in terms of where the Azir was at. Flipped around a bit. Yes, the ornaments are coming on through. And that does give some extra value. Make no mistake. Whole raft of them. Everyone but the Leona. With that ornament in inventory. Top Esports have a lot of standing gold to pick up with this Baron if they can get some of the shove on. Nearly at what will amount to a Lord Dominic's regards. For Jackie Love has the quick cloak in inventory. Kanavi in danger, gets jumped on by Tarzan. That was the ult popped, I think. Bounce Pursuit now down. Here you go, goes on cooldown, I was correct. Tier 2 under siege. That Atakan can come to Horde. AL. 4,000 gold lead out of nowhere in a minute until Dragon. They will be shoved back towards their base by the Baron. Reset from the Jhin. Gets him a Lord Dom's regard. 75% crit. Lethality. And armor pen. Ain't no one dealing with Jhin right now. I'm sure the Ornn is. He's got double Leandries as well. So it's not like being like the Jhin has to be on sole tank killing duty. It's not exactly his forte. Musical reference and a 4 in there. Saving that one for a fight at some point. I'll have to workshop it. 30 seconds on Dragon Soul for AL. That might be a win con. What felt like a AL favoured game suddenly looks a lot more dubious. For all they have the objectives and feats of strength and all these other things, that Baron loss and that fight loss might be the straw that breaks the Goat God's back. TP in. Deadly Flourish just wide. Eyes on Jackie Love. Eyes on Tarzan. There's your big playmakers here. Curtains called, equalizer called, 369 in danger. Burns down a few people, but dies doing it. They've murdered Hope. 1 for 1 just down. Top lane of Brady carry. Call the forward, got a couple of members over 369. Sorry, Flandre doing a lot of work on that Ornn. Into the backline goes Tarzan. Jackie Love breaks the Fury. 4 shot, Kanavi with that. Guardian Angel doesn't get value. Dies. Cream though, threatening. Shanks! Slide glide! And divides Cream from his health bar. Jackie Love with the 4th shot. Oh my days, it's a 2 for 3. Topside dead for Top Esports. Teleport available from Shanks. Surely, you cannot think to just run up the Dragon. Shanks needs to be a bit wary on this. Sounds on a lot of captive audiences. Shattering Strike! Golden gonna stand on the captive audience after. Needs to be anyway! Jackie Love running away! And Zirban! And Shanks! 5-1-4! Finds the double. The Emperor stands undaunted. And that's Soul. .369 looks at the flank. He has no Zhonya's. He absolutely gets murdered. He takes most of Hope with him though. And then it gets interesting because the call of the Forge God breaks a lot of people. Jackie Love though stands and delivers versus Tarzan. Taken very low cost that fight though. Cleanses the bleed. Crisp help keeps him alive. But it means he's not there to support Kanavi and Cream, who are in a 1v3 of their own. because doesn't find the flash crash down. Shanks just steps under it. And then they go, we can't give up, so we have to try and stand and fight this. And they try to blow up Shanks. But he goes golden, buys time. And the burn is enough. Can't get that shot off. I think if he had, Shanks might well have died to the Rel combo just about. Baron in 40 seconds. Cloud Soul on items. Atakan. Lots of edges here to anyone searching for all the gold is top esports favorite. The problem, of course, will still be that this is late game and Rumble nearly has a death cap. That's died a few times, but Azir, Neferi, Varus. Any one of those eats more than one tick of Rumble ult, they are going to cry. Tears of flaming blood, mostly. There's your LPL gold graph. We managed the grand total of a 3.8k gold lead. That's it. Buckle up. It's another objective fight. We're 35 minutes deep. IL. Not caught by that deadly flourish. That could have been interesting. Tarzan at level 16 has got a mighty pack. And all of those hot dogs. Off sale. Cream goes across the wall. Call the forward. God! Shanks! Emperor's Divide! It is a top draw mathematical equation! And the answer equals a top esports division. They're gone. Two dead. Jungle down. Mid down. No ways, but it is a Baron. Now to mid, 20 seconds on Cream, 20 on Kanavi. It means it's mid tier 3. It's an easy loss. Jackie eats the poke from the Varus. Means he can't stand there very freely. No lifesteal in this gym build. Or even go last GA. Bloodthirster. Both fine. Equalizer on the wave isn't awesome. Another inhibitor turret for not the inhibitor itself. Everyone back up and available. Top esports. Looking a little bit lackluster over the last 5. Thought that might have been a bit deep from Tarzan, but it earns you cross the veil. And Shanks goes heat-seeking into the backline. Oh, it's the point of view. Hound's Pursuit over the wall, and then Shanks goes for blood. Shoves him right back into the train. Oh, no, no, no. You aren't getting off on this station. Death cap done for the Rumble. That could still be interesting, couldn't it? Full build for the Azir, though. Bloody hell. As is the Varus. Not quite there on the Ornn. It's not like top esports don't have damage. If someone gets caught out, they will die. If Shanks gets taken out before a fight, or for free, it gets interesting. Jackie in danger, hit by that call of the Forge God, forced to retreat. I mean, he's not there for wave clear. Na'Vi flashing away from that volcanic rupture. Cream goes across the veil. He's got an elixir of sorcery running, knows that this last fight will be pivotal. Final inhibitor turret under siege. Cannon just chipping away. It will fall. Another piercing arrow lands. Solar Flare. Jackie cleanses. Tried to hold it. Couldn't. Tarzan eviscerates over the wall, looking for a threat on the flank angle. Hound's Pursuit up. And available to be used. Twofold Hex. Flandre stepping on forward. Deadly Flourish wide. Down to half on the Ornn. But has the teleport. Can just reset. Equalizer in. Tags a few. Curtains are caught, but it's not killing anyone. Fourth shot, chunks Kyle low. AL retreat. Lose some health bars, down to about half, but it is not the full kill. Jin now with the G8. Tarzan, sorry, Knavi. He's got theirs reactivated. It's off cooldown. TP down bot, 369. He went to shove the wave, and it's too far. TP now in from Shanks. They hadn't fully reset. There's an Elder coming up, and you've just lost your Rumble. I get why you're trying to shove, trying to find a point of ingress for Top Esports to get towards this Elder. This has been started, but they have to do it 4v5. Knavi's in danger. Chains of Corruption, call on the Forge God. And Knavi will answer, but it was a payphone. Shouldn't have taken that one. The international call's coming. You always had to pay for those calls with your blood life, didn't you? Elder is anyone's legends. Elder secured, base broken, 30 seconds on Knavi. Sure, 369 is respawning. It has to be an equalizer from the gods. Unfortunately, going up against an Ornn. Not the only one who's got a deity to work with, and there's a little bit more aptly available. All inhibitors down. Elder Dragon, anyone's legend. On the verge of winning game one. Between World Summon, the curtains are called. And anyone's legend are asking whether they have to take the bow. Shanks gets the double. The Hound pursuing in the back like quite havoc. And let's slip the Dogs of War. Seed 2 takes down Seed 1 in game 1. And Top Esports second best this time out. 11, 1, 8. The Emperor rampant. The borders of his domain expanded. Gojo wishes sometimes. And Top Esports. The team fights came back to haunt them, didn't they? One good fight that led to Baron, and you began to wonder. And then Shanks with some magisterial divides. Emperor by name, MVP by nature, I feel for that one. Hello, folks. Where's the one I need? This one's the one I need. We'll drop the volume a little bit. I am Initialise. I cast here on Nymaera's Twitch channel alongside Nymaera most days. There is no longer any official LPL broadcast, so it is us, alongside the likes of LPL English and Dominator Kitty and a few of the others who co-stream it. That's it. And that means for those of you out there, the ability to follow, like, comment, subscribe if you can on the Twitch channel makes a huge, huge difference to our ability to keep doing this. Thank you for shouting out my own Twitch channel. I am in the title. Come follow me and I will stream a little bit more regularly when I can again. I've been a bit ill the last week or two. It's been a bit miserable. And obviously doing a lot of solo casting as well. It's not left me with a lot of free time to do things like my own streaming, but do please come and follow. But the long and short of this shill is, for those of you who can support, please do in what ways you can. The clipping, shouting us out on social media, chatting on Reddit, coming and joining us in the Discord, subscribing if you have got that extra €5, dollars, pounds, whatever it is burning in your pocket and want to help support the League of Legends grassroots scene such as it is. It's a wonderful way to do it. Especially when we start getting games like this, a 41-minute banger. AL strike first. And bring low our number one seeded team. Top Esports have gotten away with it a little bit of late. Some interesting games. Now that one was a good win. W Shanks, oh yes. Team fights with a 0 in all late game. Not bad, that one. Did they? Okay, I thought that was a 4th shot on a minion there, and I was about to scream. You buy a fancy coffee, or you could sub this channel for buy the streams, buy coffee. Exactly. I'm clearly more in need of caffeine. Have you seen what we're doing? One day, so many games, so little time. What a fun game. What do you mean, Silvertech? We're only on 4. You're already on 4 hours. I know. We were on like nearly 9 yesterday. And I still had some VO work to do afterwards. Where is Chris going there? Who knows? Elsewhere. Into the long dark. Right. See where the MVP is? I need to run some ads. I'm gonna do some words on stream. In fact, let's run the ads now while we can. Ads required. And words on stream, ready to go? Everyone logged in, ready to go? 3, 2, 1. Leech. Oh my days, I'm just bad on Alex's keyboard. What is this? Huh. Why are we not connecting? What's going on here? Please work. Eye is fake, you think? Oh yeah, I think it might be, you know. Yeah. Is it double fake? Uh-oh. Fake letter and the hidden letter. It's not looking good. Are we not connected? Try something like this. How do we have 0? I know. Something isn't working here. I agree. Are we disconnected somehow? Okay. We were just bad is the answer. So it did work, it was just being slow. Well, let me have a quick play and see whether we're This is window capture 7, okay. No, you are there, T. There we go. Let me have a quick look and make sure this is all connected.
更是夜拍的高手。OPPO Find X8 系列夜景人像神器，夜拍超清晰人像 MVP。
Okay.
TCL X11H 领耀 QD Mini LED 电视，纯净化。
It was fine, it was just a hard round. Okay. We just fumbled. That's all it was. Fair enough in that case. Have at it, folks.
TCL.
Right, I shall run away.
更受中国电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，更受年轻人喜欢的中国能量饮料。中国电竞，当然有我，有能量，当然战马。
长弓怒放，我的女王来我身边。 就输的是女王蓝田。
Come on, we're gonna have some fun. You know the good times just begun. Come on, we're gonna have some fun. You know the good times just begun. Come on. Come on. We gotta start it up. Let's get it started up. We gotta start it up. Let's get it started up. We gotta start it up. Let's get it started up. We gotta start it up. Come on.
Beautiful. Well done, guys. Level 4. Oh. The problem with going through so much hydration, there's a regular need for bio breaks. Do we go again? Probably not. I think we might be a little bit shy on time for this one. So we get ready for our next game. We can do it. If the time law says we have time, then maybe we do. Yeah, we don't. Sorry, I've decided. 1-1 angle? Maybe. Might be, you know. We need a banger game 3. We do a bit. Thanks for follow, Lucid. Oh, we are... How far off are we? We are 21 followers. 8,600, which would be pretty cool. I'd like to reach 10k by the end of playoffs. That would be awesome. I heard TES like a 90% win rate on blue side. Yeah, they do. I think a lot of the best teams do. The problem is, of course, because AL won the side select, that might affect us here a bit. In terms of blue side selection. Righty then. I think we're about to get ready for game 2, so I'll get ready to flick this camera over. So, goodbye for now from me. And we'll get ready for this one. Here we go. Draft for game 2. TS on blue side. Nico to Leah. Banned. Skarner and the Lucian banned. Looks like that will be a regular ban against Jackie Love at the minute. Best Shefty showed he's willing to pull it out and break people's ankles with it. Allows Mako to get a hold. Not Mako, sorry. Chris to get a hold of the Nami as well, which is something he's very, very good on. Last ban. Gwen. .369 then will first pick that Jace. Has been one of his specialties. Given a lot of license to do some carrying again as 369. Kind of back off the pure utility tank duty. No longer have the Vi, the Neferi. Pantheon's up though. As is the Shinzao, actually, for that matter. There might end up being a Shinzao Pantheon trade here in the jungle. They've chosen the Pantheon side of the matchup. As our premier AD skirmishers. Lee Sin, not really a regular consideration at the minute. There is Kanavi on the other side. Global with Yorick. Not great fun for the Jace post at a certain point. You hate dealing with the ghouls. Are we going for another melee synergy? Jackie instead going towards the Misfortune. AoE. Combo with that Glacial Prison can be pretty nasty. That's a well something like a Rel from Crisp. Rise here potentially from Shanks. He has loved that pick. Good with the Yorick. Corki I am less a fan of. Azir one game, Corki the next. Can't avoid the champions. No one's picky up any counters into him anymore. AP Zeri a long time ago as one of those old mid lane answers, or the Kai'Sa. Yone Bam. Rise ban as well, of course it could be Hope taking that bot side, always worth remembering. Hell, the Pantheon could still get flex to support. It is Kael who does actually have something a little bit spicy, Brand. Corki is my self-insert. We are both old and useless AF, says enjoying for the win. That's a very strong statement. Yone Akali away from Cream. Two of his preferred Sejuani pairings. He's a bit of a melee specialist at heart. Could still be the Jason, to be fair. Gamba's up. For those of you in Twitch chat, still paying attention to you all over in the YouTube chat as well. Hello, Inavia's chat. Hello. Alex's YouTube chat. Alistair now a consideration. And deal with some of that initial bit of CC by tanking up the Sejuani ult and then just pressing R. I have 6 channel points to put on an AL win. Hell yes, the whole ocean. It's 50%. So 50% win rate. Okay. Passable then. Still, there's the Victor and the Nautilus. So your AoE team fighting right now is very obnoxious from Top Esports. Good zone control as well with the bullet time and the gravity field and the Hextech Storm and the... Well then, here we go. Onto the riff we go. Let's listen to those gyros. Ready for this potentially final game of the day.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎。全军出击！
Stop that volume a little, shall we? Engage, level 2, looking for the headbutt into the wall. It is solid. Jackie Love left low, not quite down. Barrier burn. Kyle burn both summoners to make that happen. Shanks doing his best to get a bit of value here on the Orianna. Ooh, Cream forced the flash. Kyle. Cream, slow down, Tarzan. Get a bit of a chunk on forwards. That gravity field was good. Make it rain comes down. Kyle will minion taxi out. Flash from Chris is flashed in turn from Tarzan. There's no staggering blows. Summoner's blown. One dies. Aggressive early start. Bit of a trade down bot from 369. Doing well enough in this matchup actually early. Not always a fun one for the Jace. Gets harder and harder as things like the Morning Mist begins to land a bit more regularly. Tarzan goes for this invade, picks up blue buff, I think. Took him a second there, just to wait on that Comet Spear. Grub's being taken out here, just dragons will get traded. I realised I said it was an invade against Tarzan with his own blue buff. Dracula, Kepler, Pulverize, could be in a bit of danger here. Knavi can come on over though, flash on forwards, in comes the Grand Star for Jackie in danger. He's on the wall, close that one up. His hope does get that Valkyrie on in. Shockwave onto Cream, who's now in danger. Gravity field down as the Arcane Storm is now flying on top of Cream. The Grub taken by Tarzan. Kill to anyone's legend, not too much more. Tarzan gonna be a little frustrated, he didn't even get an assist on that one with that Grand Starfall. Either well, it's Jackie learning both summoners. And his opponent's number picking up that kill. Headbutt away. A little bit slower again as of the moment, but maybe a bit of a play happening now around this bot side. Teleport comes on in. Flandre turns up. Here on the Yorick lands the Morning Mist, but there are no grubs. Oh, sorry, ghouls really summoned. To threaten the misfortune too much. All Graves now on the ground. The last right will bring them rolling around. Control ward in the middle of the lane to deal with some of those deeper wards to track out roams and stuff. 1 kill in 11 minutes. That's the one, Yasuke. Good to see you. The Tryndamere mid goat himself. Jackie gonna bullet time the wave and also gets rid of some of the pandas as a result. Still a minute and a half until the next dragon, so able to drop that one. 369 flashes Kyle. Looking for the very aggressive play. Roam up top side, 3 members here. Hope comes low. Let's be a bit wary. Headbutt in. There's the ult from Kyle. Unbreakable Will. Triple pulverize. Still going to be in danger here. Doesn't have that flash. Still looking to try and trade the ground. Starfall now here. Glacial Prison on top of one. 369 low. Will go down shortly. Does so. Permafrost coming on down. Kanavi surely going to fall as well. Bacon for breakfast. Hope gets that one. They kill off Kyle, but he buys enough time. And it means Flandre's getting alone time on this turret as well. Anyone's legend come out with everything they could ask for there. Be a teleport for 369 in a second or two, and that's nice. Problem is, 3 plates just went the way of Flandre. Still not got a chance to complete the TP. Jackie gets one top side, there's that. Problem is, of course, Hope now 2-0-1. Trinity Force nice and early. This is game 5 of potentially 6 hours. We could be going another hour after this. And we didn't even have pauses. Welcome to the LPL these days. Glacial Prison. Valuable getting one back. Hang on. 369. Why are you there? How are you there? Did you go play for that turret? Don't know. Anyway, dies. Unfortunate. Flandre back on this. You're one of our first recipients, users, wielders of the champion here in the LPL. Didn't find that much success with it. In a good position this game. Back to even with the Jace. Everywhere else looking very good right now for AL. Dragons up. Do you want to play for it? Oh, doesn't look like it. Flandre has next to no mana. Kanavi tasked with clearing out this minion wave with the Jace being dead. Jackie in danger, jumped on. And just get melted under the turret. Kyle tanks it up. 3-0-1 now for Hope. Might lose the dragon for this, but they're going to try and play for the turret instead, I think. Defeats the strength for them. Flandre's coming on over, threatening 369, who gets slowed down. Shank's coming on over. Tarzan here as well. Lucas might fight it and wins. Tarzan shield pop. Not going to interrupt Kanavi, but already Flandre beginning to throw some last rights and a lot of pandas down. And the shockwave brings the Poro Rider low. This turret will surely be falling here with the Maiden and Flandre around. Auto Q. Grand Starfall onto 369. Oh my days, they're going for more. Top turret, I think, also just fell. So 2 turrets, a dragon and a kill. Phenomenal moment for anyone's legend. This game, I say this with slight trepidation, is a done deal. It's the LPL there, so who the hell knows? Kyle, now in a spot of danger himself. Doesn't quite have the unbreakable will. There's 4 members going down. Hope's about to come on over, and that's just a dead cow. And that'll be the Herald 2. I don't know there. Kyle left there alone. I guess he was setting up wards for this Herald, but he burned for it. Arcane Storm, about it. Do they want to play this? They might. Be a bit bold. They have to do this, guys. Objective bounty. Hope Valkyrie's away from the hook. Jackie Love now eating a lot of damage as the shockwave onto Chris. Death charge in. Still dies despite the glacial prison. Now they can run it. Kanavi has no flash, no Arctic Assaults, and a long cooldown at this point in the game. Shield Bolt in. Tanky enough, I think, to be able to back out to safety. Cream, under a spot of threat as well. Jack sends the ball forward. Hope now left to attack mid lane. Valkyrie forward from Hope. He's jumping on Jackie. Gets the flash, doesn't get the rocket. Splash to flash. Now 369 is coming. I think Hope's dead. He's gone too far. There's the barrier. Doesn't mean anything. Gets thundering blows back towards Jackie Love, and that's a shutdown going towards the Misfortune. If he'd landed that rocket, maybe it was different. But 369 fast enough with the rotation up to make that one a 1v2. Bit far. Grand Star falls in. 369. He's in a dark procession. Looks a lot like a hearse, just with panda stickers on. Global with Yorick. Underline it. Scream it to the heavens. It's how it's supposed to work. And the Jace just does not get to play the game. Mid lane turret under siege. This time, Hope's not Valkyrieing forwards a little too aggressively. Picks that one up. Tier 2 under siege on the bot side. Shanks for the clockwork wind-up. Tarzan and Flandre. Threatening that one. A big old demolished bot. Kanavi's there going, can I walk up to this? No, you can't. Stop being there. Leave. Eat the fury of the pandas. Cream will at least get a tier 1 top sides. Well, threatening here. Won't jump over the wall. Kanavi. Pepper Pulverize interrupts his Arctic Assault. We'll get out to safety. The Aftershock was enough to keep him topped up and not too under threat. 50 seconds on next dragon. So point for anyone's legends. Tarzan walked up and won the smite contest last time. Flandre meanders topside with his giant monstrous panda. Makes weird cat meows. $20 seconds. Flandre looking to shove that one up. Has got a teleport. So does Cream. It is top esports in the river first. That banana brush control, always very valuable. Crisp and Kanavi sitting inside it. Put the wall over into that blue buff. Cream stuck in the dark possession. Throws down the gravity field and the arcane storm. They're still eating a lot of damage from the Maiden of the Mist though. And the little pandas just want to say hello, Cream. Look at them, aren't they adorable? Eat some morning mist and the pandas! Bring low the Herald of the Arcane! Big stun onto Kyle. Jackie Love went and survived, gets a bullet time, but I don't think it's going to be quite enough. They will probably bring down the Orianna, but the Grand Star one in the back line means that this Orianna may well be swiftly avenged. Shield Vault, Aegis Assault. Misfortune is indeed unfortunate. 369 needs to run. But to where? Can he clear out some of the wave? Might be all he has to his name. He's got a full level advantage. Kyle needs to be a bit wary of a potential turnaround. Hope will Valkyrie over, has the Gatling gun running. Rockets to the skies. Needs to be a bit wary. And a final auto empowered by a Trinity Force brings low the Jace. Flandre naps the Gromp. Tarzan can head back towards the Dragon. Team fight 1. Kills secured. And shortly, Soul Point. Herald was dropped mid. It gets headbutted and pulverized and attacked a lot. It might get a charge off, maybe. Who's a faint hope? Morning Mist over the wall, just shy on the minions. Shojin's done for this Yorick now. Ugh. His Pantheon is 2k ahead of the Sejuani. Kyle goes on forwards and his will is unbreakable. And so is his body. Kanavi though. Just looks like breakfast. Teleport in from 369. Kyle still stepping forward, gets another headbutt pulverized, surviving for a second or two longer, will finally fall. 369 dies. As hope. Valkyrie's eternal. That counts as spring. Kanavi trading out with Tarzan, and Tarzan, he's the king of the jungle! What do you think was gonna happen? All the while, Flandre's not there. He's soloing Atakan. That dragon that wasn't taken earlier will be taken now. AL get absolutely everything, but they lose Shanks. Fine. 606 for the Pantheon. Dragon, Atakan, team fight. Game 1 felt close at points. This one has not. 369 is 0 and 5. Jackie's at least picked up a few up. Despite being constantly mauled by various Pantheons and Alistairs and everyone looking for his head. The Jace just has not been able to play a side lane. Every time he's done, there's a Pantheon or Yorick waiting to jump on him. Kyle is a mighty frontline at this point. Na'Vi tries to run away, gets away for a little bit, and then they just don't get enough damage. The Aegis Assault comes on him, blocks up a lot of the bullet time. Kyle goes forward, gets Green, will die for it, but it's fine. As 369 turns up the teleport, Tarzan says, no you don't. Tarzan starts trading with Kanavi while Jackie's split between too many people, goes flashing for an auto, and Valkyrie's far enough away for the love tap auto to not come on through. At least Jackie takes Cream with him. Sorry, Shanks with him. In they go with the Grand Starfall. Bullet time is good, but it's blocked by the Aegis. So Shockwave flashed away from 369. But Crisp gets pulverized. The water pressure too much. Always with more deadly underwater. A double for Shanks. Vengeance for the last team fight. Cream, 369, the solo there for top esports. First in the league. Broken by their direct rivals. They've been cracked, showing we knew they had one or two flaws to the game plan, didn't we? And anyone's legend come on in and dismantle them. There's 25 minutes on the clock at top esports. I'm left wondering what on earth happened to the game plan. The 1v1 was a demolition. Game 1 was tighten up, and game 2 is a statement indeed. Anyone's legend. Don't write them off quite yet. They may well still be the best team in the league. And we pull back away. Anyone's legend with a wonderful win. Wow, I was hoping for 3 games. We don't quite get it, but that's still fun. Anyone's legend. Statement victory against Top Esports, our number 1 and 2 seeds. It didn't feel like it, did it? Top Esports got brutalized. Sheesh. Thank you very much for the resub, by the way, Harold. It is appreciated. Thanks for looking after us. One of the few things that would make me play the game again, Pounder Skins, absolutely. Thank God my other team in the LPL actually wins, Keg W. Sometimes the way of it, isn't it? But good to see you all. Hi, I'm Initialise. Let's do the spiel while we get the chance. I cast League of Legends here on this channel with Nymaera. Mostly, I'm his older brother. It's a pleasure always to be here, helping this one out. We're live in 3 locations at once. The Twitch channel, the YouTube channel, and over on Anivia's YouTube channel too, which is an awesome place to be. Thank you very much for coming and supporting us. It's great to have you all in here doing all of this with us. We can't do this without your support. It is a full-time job, basically. And that means we are indebted to all of our subscribers over on the Twitch channel, those of us who donate through the bits and all the rest of it. So for those of you who can do like just little things like liking and commenting on the YouTube, makes a huge deal. If you see a cool clip, send it to us on the Discord, post it on Twitter or Reddit. It makes a huge, huge difference. And for those of you who do have that extra little bit of cash and want to support us, please do consider subscribing. Please do consider using that Amazon Prime free subscription you get once a month here on the Twitch channel. It goes a long, long way to ensuring we can keep doing this because there is no official funding. There is no official broadcast anymore. It is community funded at the end of the day now. So for those of you who can do that, it does make a huge, huge difference. So thank you very much on that one. Alex with the beard jump scared me. Yeah, I'm Sam. So that's true. I'm not quite Alex. So the beard is here. Need to neaten up a little bit. Yeah, needs a bit neatening up there. We'll sort that out at some point. To be continued. Also, good to see you, Castle. Tarzan strikes back. Who's the best import? Kanavi versus Tarzan. It's always a good conversation, isn't it? 2 of our best junglers in the league. Probably our 2 best junglers in the league a lot of the time. Tarzan absolutely slapped this matchup. Kanavi was quite quiet today. I think Ale did a really good job of tracking him. Bisto. Rookie needs to rename to veteran to break the curse. Actually, ironically, he wanted to do that, but there's the former coach and commentator, I guess, like caster, you know, if you know veteran in EU. Allegedly, Rookie couldn't rename to veteran because veteran already existed in the global database, so couldn't do it. There we go. That's that one done. Here's our highlights. Don't show the hope hint again. It was very funny though, wasn't it? It was very funny though. Don't want to do that. That didn't work. We'll try that again. I'm doing something sneaky in the background while you guys are all doing this. I meant to do it in the break and I didn't. There we go. Ha. I need the snipping tool is what I need. Nyom. Hope this works. It's going to be brilliant. It's going to be genius. Just give me a second. No! Still too many pixels. Very annoying. MVP for Tarzan. Understandable. Understandable. Well, there you go, guys. While I was busy trying to get an emote ready for all of you Twitch users tomorrow, is where we're at. Okay, guys. We're going to call it here. Thank you very much for looking after us all. Anivia, we'll say goodbye to you guys for now.